Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we are going to continue with our book study of The Mystical Qabalah by Dion Fortune. We are on chapter 4 and chapter 5, The Unwritten Qabalah and Negative Existence. Let's get into it. Deeper and deeper we go as we begin to uncover these mysteries of the universe and make sense of them. So, hope you're having a fantastic Saturday. It's a great day. It's a beautiful day. I'm happy. Good food, good people, good times. I hope that your Saturday was amazing as well. Let me know if the audio is coming through clear. Let me know if you're ready and prepared to get this occult wisdom. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, let's see. I know what it is. I know what it is. That's what it was. How about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Are we good? So, the unwritten Qabalah, negative existence. Is the audio coming through clear? Good. All right. Great. So, peace and greetings, Sunshine Chick. Always good to see you. Peace, peace. Monique, peace and greetings. 9 Volta, peace and welcome. Vanessa Nolan, peace, peace. Kevin Wise, peace, my bro. Useless Familiar, peace and greetings. Kay Harris, peace, peace. Janae Owo, peace. Jay Baldhale, good evening, peace, peace. Dub VT in the building, my man, peace and greetings. Veronica Archaga, peace, I love you. Alkalinity Light, welcome, welcome. Let's get this Qabalah book study. Zero, peace and greetings, Zero. I got to come up with something for you at this point. Ryan's Knowledge Room, my fellow cyclomate. Peace and greetings. Keep practicing. Keep those cyclomancy skills sharp. All right, peace to everybody. Let's do this. This is about to be very informative, for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, like I said, chapter 4, Mystical Qabalah, the Unwritten Qabalah, as well as Negative Existence. 20 pages. That's generally what we do. I believe it's page 19. Yep. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's get straight to it. Get it cracking. Get it popping. Make sure the light is lit. Looks like it is. Turn it up just a notch. Coffee mug full of coffee grounds, but that's all right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Starbucks. Who makes better coffee than Starbucks? I want to know. All right. Chapter 4, The Unwritten Qabalah. The point of view from which I approach the Holy Qabalah in these pages differs, so far as I know, from that of all other writers on the subject. For to me, it is a living system of spiritual development, not a historical curiosity. Few people, even among those interested in occultism, realize that there is an active esoteric tradition in our midst, handed down in private manuscripts and by mouth to ear. Still, fewer know that it is the Holy Qabalah, the mystic system of Israel, which forms its basis. But where may we look more aptly for our occult inspiration than to the tradition which gave us the Christ? Number two, the interpretation of the Kabbalah is not to be found, however, among the rabbis of the outer Israel, who are Hebrews after the flesh, but among those who are the chosen people after the Spirit. In other words, the initiates. Neither is the Kabbalah, as I have learned it, a purely Hebraic system, for it has been supplemented during medieval times by much alchemical lore and by the intimate association with it of that most marvelous system of symbolism, the tarot. Hmm. In my presentation of the subjects, therefore, I do not appeal so much to tradition in support of my views as to modern practice among those who make use of the Kabbalah as their method of occult technique. It may be alleged against me that the ancient rabbis knew nothing of some of the concepts here set forth. To this I reply that it is hardly to be expected that they should, as these things were not known in their day, but are the work of the successors of the spiritual Israel. For my part, although I would not willingly mislead anyone concerning the teachings of those of ancient days, and upon matters of historical accuracy, stand subject to correction from any who are better informed than I in these matters, and their name is Legion. So let's catch up here so far. What's she saying? So she's talking about how first and foremost, Kabbalah is a living system. It's a living system that exists through the practitioners, through the living scientists, right? People like me and people like you, if you're a practitioner of this particular science. It lives through these people, as opposed to being just a dead system that is only within the pages of certain books, and it has to be this way, and you have to do it like this because the book says. It's not cold and dry like that. It's living with the people who practice it. Does that make sense? Just like if you say, any genre of music that's being performed and celebrated right now, it's living through the people who are creating the music, and it's evolving through them and with them. And we don't have to agree with it or like it, but the fact of the matter remains, music is alive through the people who perform it. Art is alive through the artist. Cosmic Traveler, peace. Peace, peace. Sheikh Berber IBN Ali, Al Moroccan American. Moab, Al Moorish, Yehuda, Asia, Asiatics, Fez, more. Peace and greetings. Curve, peace, peace. Welcome. Welcome. Shigi, peace, peace. I didn't get to your poem yet, your poetry yet, but I'm certainly going to be reading it. All right, so yeah, it's not something for a bunch of old heads to sit with a book in their hand, Bible thumping style, saying that it has to be done this way. That's not what it is. Kabbalah is a living art, like we covered in the past 3 chapters, right? Where she talked about how it evolves with the time. And when I say that Kabbalah evolves with the time, the fundamentals remain the same. The fundamentals are the skeletal structure of the system, but how the fundamentals are expressed in culture and in language and in dialogue with each other, that's going to change and shift, evolve, and grow. All right. So let me know if that makes sense. Let me know if you understand. Whoop, what is going on here? Why is it wonky? There we go. All right. So to me, it is a living system of spiritual development, right? For my part, although I would not willingly mislead anyone concerning the teachings of those of ancient days, and upon matters of historical accuracy, stand subject to correction from any who are better informed than I am in these matters, and their name is Legion, I care not one jot for the authority of tradition if it hampers the free development of a system of such practical value as the holy Qabalah. Listen at Miss Dion Fortune getting spicy, right? She says, I don't give a good goddamn. I do not care one jot for the authority of tradition. Damn tradition, right? She doesn't care about that. If that tradition hampers the free development of a system of such practical value as the Holy Kabbalah. As I said before, it's practical, which means that you should be able to apply the science, the wisdom, the knowledge, the magic. You should be able to apply it to your daily life. It should affect your finances. It should affect your love life. It should affect your health. It should affect your understanding of your spiritual relationships, right? It should be practical, not just something that you speak about in vague terms. Oh yes, we're going to Giburah and Yesod. Like, no, it has to make sense, right? It has to be practical. So look, I don't give a damn. I don't care one jot for the authority of tradition if it hampers the free development of a system of such practical value as the Holy Kabbalah. And I use the work of my predecessors as a quarry whence I fetched the stone to build my city. Neither am I limited to this quarry by any ordinance that I know of, but fetch also cedar from Lebanon and gold from Ophir, if it suits my purpose. So check that out. That's a lot of biblical reference. That's also a little bit of Mason reference, Masonic reference. Um, what was it? Isaiah chapter 60, I believe. Isaiah chapter 60, where it talks about how they will bring their pretty much the trees from Lebanon were like the strongest trees, the strongest wood at that time. The gold from Ophir was the finest gold. Basically, what she's saying is, let's go back. I use the work of my predecessors as a quarry, right? You know, a quarry, that's a place where they dig and they mine for crystals and precious stones and things like that. A quarry. So she uses the work of her predecessors, the teachers who came before her, as a quarry, right? Where she fetches the stone to build her city. Neither am I limited to this quarry by any ordinance, right? So not just what my teachers taught me, right? Not just what Bobby Hemmett taught, not just what Brother Panic taught, not just what Phil Valentine taught, but check this out. There's other teachers, and it doesn't have to necessarily be about Kabbalah, but if you understand the system of Kabbalah, you can pull knowledge and wisdom from any source, right? Neither am I limited to this quarry by any ordinance that I know of, but I fetch also cedar from Lebanon and gold from Ophir, if it suits my purpose, right? And this is how the Magus works. This is how a true occultist works. The entire world is our laboratory. The entire world is our art table, right? Pick and choose if it's useful and appropriate, right? So, look, number four, let it be clearly understood, therefore, that I do not say this is the teaching of the ancient rabbis. Rather, do I say this is the practice of the modern Kabbalists. Uh oh. And for us, a much more vital matter, for it is a practical system of spiritual unfoldment. It is the yoga of the West. It is the yoga of the West. 5. Having thus guarded myself as far as possible against blame for not having done what I never undertook to do, let me now define my own position in the matter of scholarship and general qualifications for the task in hand. So far as actual scholarship goes, I am in the same class as William Shakespeare, having little Latin and less Greek, and of Hebrew only that particular portion which is cultivated by occultists. the ability to transliterate unpointed Hebrew script for the purposes of geometric calculations. Of any knowledge of Hebrew as a language, I am guiltless, right? So she's saying she doesn't necessarily, she uses, right, Latin words, Greek root words, and Hebrew words for formulaic purposes. In other words, you don't have to understand those languages to understand Kabbalah. She just spoke about reaching out and getting different tools and different sources of inspiration to add to this temple. You're not limited to just what the rabbis talked about the Kabbalah, or you're not limited to Africa, right? Because, oh, this all came from Egypt and Kemet. You're not limited because somebody else chooses to be limited. The whole world, the whole world is the laboratory. And you utilize what is useful and what is appropriate. Framestar Films, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. 9 Volta says Freemason here. That's the intent of the craft. You guide your path. Right on, right on. Let's keep going. 6. Whether such frank acknowledgement of my deficiencies will serve to disarm criticism, I do not know. No doubt it will be alleged against me, and not without justification, that one so ill equipped should not have undertaken the task at all. To this I reply that if one saw a man lying injured, should the admitted absence of a medical qualification debar one from going to his assistance and giving him help with, what help one could, pending the arrival of qualified attention? My work upon the Kabbalah is of the nature of first aid. I find an invaluable system lying neglected and ill qualified for the task as I may be. I am striving to draw attention to its possibilities and restore it to its proper place as the key to the Western occultism. And it is my chief hope in doing so that it may attract the attention of scholars, and that they will continue the task of translation and investigation of the Kabbalistic manuscripts, which are as yet a vein of which only the outcroppings have been worked. So, what she's saying here, she may not be an expert in the Hebrew language. She may not be an expert in some of these different subjects that you might assume you'd have to be qualified in to teach Kabbalah. But what she's saying is, at this time of writing this book, I'm the best y'all got, right? And not even in a cocky way. What she's saying is nobody's touching this stuff. Nobody's giving it due justice. Nobody's expanding upon this science the way that it should be. So I'm going to take up the helm and do it with the hopes that I attract the attention of those scholars, of those people who are educated to push the envelope even further. So in other words, she compared it to seeing somebody injured, hurt, right? You don't just walk past them because you're not a paramedic, right? Because you don't work at a hospital. You do what you can, right? And you help until the paramedics and the hospital folk can arrive, right? You kind of carry the torch until somebody who's more suited, better equipped, can pick up the torch and move it further. And this is how it survives in these dark ages. Al Dickey, peace, 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 bro. That's my real name. Nuru, peace and greetings. I hear you. I wonder if somebody got to this already. It looks like somebody's very excited about their, I don't know, they must have just learned about that Morris stuff. So they're doing everything they can to, I don't know, spread the word. In any case, let's continue. 7. One qualification from my task I can plead in justification, however. For the last 10 years, I have lived and moved and had my being. That's a reference to the Kabbalion, right? One qualification from my task I can plead in justification, however. For the last 10 years, I have lived and moved and had my being in the practical Qabalah. I have used its methods both subjectively and objectively till they have become a part of myself. And I know from experience that what they yield in psychic and spiritual results and their incalculable value as a method of using the mind. This is what it amounts to, a method of using the mind. That's what she has discovered. 8. It is not required of those who would use the Kabbalah as their yoga that they should acquire any extensive knowledge of the Hebrew language. All they need is to be able to read and write the Hebrew characters. The modern Kabbalah has been pretty thoroughly naturalized in the English language, but it retains and must ever retain all its words of power in Hebrew, which is the sacred language of the West, just as Sanskrit is the sacred language of the East. There are those who have objected to the free employment of Sanskrit terms in occult literature, and no doubt they will object even more strongly to the employment of Hebrew characters. But their use is unavoidable, for every letter in Hebrew is also a number, and the numbers to which words add up are not only an important clue to their significance, but can also be used to express the relationships existing between different ideas and potencies. Right, right? So, once again, it's not that you have to master the Hebrew language, you don't even have to speak the Hebrew language, but you, it would behoove you, it would help you to become aware of the alphabet as a symbol system, to see each one of those letters and to understand the numerical value of them, to understand the symbolic value behind them, because that is the method of application that these letters have to people who are not from that culture. You can still utilize the Hebrew alphabet for its symbolic value. As we see when we look at the tree, we see how all the paths relate to each one of the letters. There's a numerical value, there's a symbolic value, etc. That is the capacity in which you should know Hebrew. 9. According to McGregor Mathers, in the admirable essay which forms the introduction to his book, The Qabalah is usually classed under 4 heads. So check this out. Number 1, the practical Qabalah, which deals with talismanic and ceremonial magic, right? Dealing with different objects that we use as talismans and dealing with the rituals, the ceremonies, right? That's practical Kabbalah. And remember, practical, that's the important word. You actually using it in your daily life. What have I been saying about practical today and the previous chapter? This should be something that affects your finances, should affect your love life, should affect your health, should affect your mental, emotional, spiritual well being, should affect your understanding, your knowledge, your wisdom, all that. That's what that's the practicality of this. Next, we've got the dogmatic Kabbalah, which consists of the Kabbalistic literature, right? Now, here's where we have all the books, all the texts, all the history. And it's good to understand because this gives you a background, a springboard from which you can perform your ceremony and create your talismans. Next, we've got the literal Kabbalah, which deals with the use of the letters and numbers, right? So now we get to the scientific aspect of it. And we just talked about the Hebrew alphabet, and now each one of the letters corresponds with a number, corresponds with a symbol, corresponds with an experience. And you can quickly see how putting these together gives you a comprehensive grasp of Kabbalah, right? So we got the practical, We got the dogmatic, we got the literal, and we have the unwritten Kabbalah, which consists of a correct knowledge of the manner in which the symbol systems are arranged on the tree of life, and concerning which McGregor Mathers says, I may say no more on this point, not even whether I myself have or have not received it. But as this pretentious hint is elaborated by the late Miss McGregor Mathers in her introduction to the new edition of his book in the following plain spoken words, simultaneously with the publication of the Qabalah in 1887, he received instructions from his occult teachers to prepare what was eventually to become his esoteric school. It may be justifiable to say that if he did receive the written Kabbalah, it has for some years ceased to be unwritten, for after a quarrel with MacGregor Mathers, Aleister Crowley, the well-known author and scholar, published the lot. His books are now rare and hard to come by, and being much valued by the more scholarly of esotericists. Their price has gone up out of sight, and they seldom come into the second-hand book market. Well, that certainly has changed, hasn't it? Beyond imagination. Peace, peace. Interesting. Interesting. So you understand here those four heads of Kabbalah, four categories of Kabbalah that McGregor Mathers. Isn't that like Slim Shady's great great grandfather? Isn't that Eminem's great great grandfather? Has anybody confirmed that yet? The practical Kabbalah, right? The dogmatic Kabbalah, the literal Kabbalah, and the unwritten Kabbalah. The unwritten Kabbalah, that's the magic, right? That's the inner understanding and inner connecting of these symbols and how they speak to you. It's building the language within yourself so the Kabbalah speaks back to you, right? It's the Kabbalah in use, the living Kabbalah, the unwritten Kabbalah. It's unwritten because it's speaking to you through your library of correspondences. Oh, nice. See, I didn't catch that, Frame Star. I didn't catch that. Yes. I see what you did there. 10. The breaking of an initiation oath is a serious matter, and a thing that I, for my part, do not care to do. But I admit of no authority that debars me from collecting and collating all available material that has been published upon any subject, and interpreting it according to the best of my understanding. In these pages, it is the system given by Crowley of which I shall avail myself to supplement the points upon which McGregor Mathers, Wynne Westcott, and A.E. Waite, the principal modern authorities upon the Kabbalah, are silent. In a way, what she's saying is that breaking an oath, as far as being a part of these groups, breaking the code is a serious business. It's a serious offense, and she has no intention of doing that. She says pretty much, however, what I am going to do is speak about what has been written and published for everybody to see, what's already out there, right? I'm not gonna divulge or reveal anything. However, However, I'm going to utilize what's already been revealed. Why is that important? Because she just dropped Crowley's name. In other words, I didn't reveal nothing Crowley did. And if it's already out there, hell, it's out there. Let's work. Let's roll with it. Let's work with it. You see what she's doing now? I missed that before. She always mentions, I'm not going to break my oaths. In other words, some things have already been let out. Some things have already been let out of the bag. She's just grabbing and assembling them and presenting them as pieces of evidence for her case. Make sense? 11. As to whether I myself have received any knowledge of the unwritten Kabbalah, it would as ill beseem me as MacGregor Mathers to be explicit upon this point. And having followed his classic example of burying my head in the sand and waving my tail, I will return to the consideration of the matter in hand. hmm So just like she described, basically MacGregor Mathers didn't say that he received it, but he showed that he received it, right? By starting his school, etc., etc. So now she's saying, did I receive it? Well, let me just do what McGregor Mathers did and change the subject real fast. So she's telling you things without telling you things. Mm. 12. The essence of the unwritten Kabbalah lies in the knowledge of the order in which certain sets of symbols are arranged upon the tree of life. This is the essence of the unwritten Kabbalah, right? It's in the knowledge of the order in which certain sets of symbols are arranged upon the tree of life. This tree, Etz Chaim, consists of the 10 holy Sephiroth arranged in a particular pattern and connected by lines which are called the 32 paths of the Sefer Yetzirah, or divine emanations. See the Sefer Yetzirah by Win Westcott. Peace, Dion Pomeroy. Here there exists one of the blinds or traps for the uninitiated, in which the ancient rabbis delighted. We find, if we count them, that there are 22, not 32 paths upon the tree. But for their purposes, the rabbis created the 10 Sephiroth themselves as paths, thus misleading the uninitiated. Thus, the first 10 paths of the Sefer Yetzirah are assigned to the 10 Sephiroth, and the following 22 to the actual paths themselves. It will then be seen how the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet can be associated with the paths without discrepancy or overlapping. With them also are associated the 22 tarot trumps, the atus, or abodes of Thoth. Concerning the tarot cards, there are three modern authorities of note: Dr. Incaus, or Papus, the French writer, Mr. A. E. Waite, and the, what is that? What is MS? Manuscript? I think it's manuscript. The MS of MacGregor Mathers' Order of the Golden Dawn, which Crowley published upon his own authority. All three are different. Concerning the system Mr. Waite gives, he himself says, there is another method known to initiates. There is reason to suppose that this is the method used by Mathers. Papus agrees with both these writers in his method, but as his system does violence to many of the correspondences when placed upon the tree, the final test of all systems, and as the Mathers-Crowley system fits admirably, I think we may justly conclude that the latter is the correct traditional order, and I propose to adhere to it in these pages. Zero says that's why the Fool is 0 and 22. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thanks, J. Baltel. Manuscript. So the MS is manuscript. Gotcha. Gary Watts says Crowley died in poverty. So was that because he broke the vows? I don't know. I wasn't there. So I don't know what was really going on at that point in his life. 13. The Kabbalists further placed upon the paths of the tree the signs of the zodiac, the planets, and the elements. Now there are 12 signs, 7 planets, and 4 elements, making 23 symbols in all. How are these to be fitted onto the 22 paths? Hmm. Some of you know this already. Because, right, you've got the 12 signs of the zodiac, you know those. You've got the 7 planets and the 4 elements. That makes 23. But there's 22 paths. Somebody's not going to fit. Which one do we leave out? Who knows? I mean, I know, of course. I'm sure somebody here knows. Let's see what she has to say. Herein is another blind, but the solution is simple. Upon the physical plane, we are ourselves in the element of earth. Therefore, that symbol does not appear upon the paths which lead into the unseen. So, in other words, of the 12 signs, 7 planets, and 4 elements, when you're looking at the different paths on the tree, there is not one for Earth. Why? Because you are Earth. You're already on Earth. That's not a path. That's where we start from. Remove this, and we are left with 22 symbols, which fit accurately and correctly placed, are found to correspond perfectly with the tarot trumps, each elucidating the other in the most remarkable fashion, and given the keys to esoteric astrology and tarot divination. 14. The essence of each path is to be found in the fact that it connects two of the Sephiroth, and we can only understand its significance by taking into account the nature of the linked spheres upon the tree. But a Sephirah cannot be understood upon a single plane. It has a fourfold nature. The Kabbalists express this by saying that there are 4 worlds. So let's get down to the 4 worlds, and she's going to break them down. Pay attention. This is important. This is something that you're going to see all across your Kabbalah studies, and you can never learn it too well. Atziluth, the archetypal world or world of emanations, the divine world, right? So that's the highest, Atziluth. Priya, the world of creation, also called Kursiya, the world of thrones. Yetzirah, the world of formation and angels. Asaya, the world of action, the world of matter. C. McGregor Mathers, The Kabbalah Unveiled. So let's talk about it. Now she's getting into some real Kabbalah teachings, right? We just went through the history, we went through her background, why she chose to do this and that, why she chooses to include this or that. Now we're getting into the actual Kabbalah teachings. So pay attention. 15. The 10 holy Sephirah are held to have each its own point of contact with each of the 4 worlds of the Kabbalists. In the Atziluthic world, they manifest through the 10 holy names of God. In other words, the great unmanifest shadowed forth through the 3 negative veils of existence, which hang behind the crown, declares itself in manifestation as 10 different aspects which are represented by the different names used to denote deity in the Hebrew scriptures. These are variously rendered in the authorized version, and a knowledge of their true significance and the spheres to which they belong enables us to read many of the riddles of the Old Testament. What came first, Kabbalah or the Bible? Pet me lightly like a woodpecker with a headache. 16. In the Briatic world, right, we just talked about Atziluth, that's the archetypal world. Now the Briatic world, the world of creation. In the Briatic world, the divine emanations are held to manifest through the 10 mighty archangels, whose names play such an important part in ceremonial magic. It is the worn and effaced remnants of these words of power that are the barbarous names of evocation of medieval magic. That's a hint to your Goetia right there. Not one letter of which may be changed. Why this is so may readily be seen when we remember that in Hebrew, a letter is also a number, and the numbers of a name have an important significance. Me and my cousin were actually talking about this a little bit yesterday. He's talking about this archangel, this seraphim that he's been working with. And we were talking about basically the names of these archangels aren't simply names, they are also the formula that represents the type of power that they have. So those names have a numerical value. So let's keep going. In the Yetziratic world, the divine emanations manifest not through a single being, but through different types of beings, which are called the angelic hosts or choirs. Imagine an entity or a force or a consciousness that is so vast that one body cannot express it properly. Imagine that, an entity that is so vast that it requires a horde of bodies to represent it. Interesting, huh? Next, we have the Asiatic world. Is not, strictly speaking, the world of matter when viewed from the Sephirotic standpoint, but rather the lower astral and etheric planes, which together form the background of matter. Remember me mentioning the springboard, right? That springboard, basically, there is a background collection of data that starts to gather and form patterns so dense that something new bursts forth. Basically, the astral plane has so much data, so much information that it compiles and compresses and builds up that something new must manifest. And that's where the etheric plane comes out of. It's built on top of the astral. And then the etheric plane does the same thing. It compresses and compiles and stacks up to the point that something new must be birthed from it. And that's where the physical plane comes out of. And the physical plane's doing the same thing. This is where we get the digital world from. And I'm sure it will continue forever. So, the Asiatic world is not, strictly speaking, the world of matter when viewed from the Sephirotic standpoint, but rather the Asiatic world is the lower astral and etheric planes, which together form the background of matter. Upon the physical plane, the divine emanations manifest through what may not inaptly be called the 10 mundane chakras, likening these centers of manifestation to the centers that exist in the human body, an exact analogy. These chakras are the premium mobile or first swirlings, the sphere of the zodiac, the seven planets, and the elements taken together, 10 in all. 19. It will be seen from the foregoing that each Sephirah will therefore consist firstly of its mundane chakra, secondly of an angelic host of being, devas or archons, principalities or powers, according to the terminology used, thirdly, an archangelic consciousness or throne, and fourthly, a special aspect of the deity. All right, you follow? You tracking this so far? In other words, what she's saying here is that there are four worlds, four layers of Qabalah, four levels of this tree, right? I know on the cover of this book, you see these 10 spheres stacked up like that, but actually, they reflect through four planes, from highest to lowest. They reflect from four planes. The highest plane, this divine archetypal world, that's called Atziluth. In other words, there's going to be a Malkuth of Asaya, a Malkuth of Yetzirah, a Malkuth of Bria, and a Malkuth of, which one? I said Atziluth, Bria, Yetzirah, and Asaya. Each of the Sephirah on the tree are represented in each one of those worlds. And what she's saying here is that when you look at any Sephirah, you're going to see four different correspondences for them. So you're going to see first the mundane chakra, which has to do with the world of Asaya. Then you're going to see the angelic host that deals with that Sephirah, and that's going to connect with the Yetzirah. Third, you're going to see the archangelic consciousness, and that's going to be representing the Briatic aspect. And then finally, you're going to see the God name, right? The God aspect of it, and that's relating to the Atziluth. Hopefully that's clear. Let's keep going. God as he is in his entirety, being hidden behind the negative veils of existence, incomprehensible to unenlightened human consciousness. 20. The Sephirah may be justly considered, the Sephirah may justly be considered macrocosmic, and the paths microcosmic. For the Sephirah connected as they sometimes are in old diagrams by a flash of lightning, which is often depicted as hilted like a fiery sword, represents the successive divine emanations, which constitute creative evolution, whereas the paths represent the successive stages of the unfolding of cosmic realization in human consciousness. Let's run that back, right? Let's run that back. So the Sephirah are going to represent the successive divine emanations which constitute creative evolution. What's that mean? Well, as an example, we can say that God stepping into manifest reality evolves through 10 steps, starting with Kether, working its way all the way down to Malkuth. We can say those are 10 stages, 10 steps of God's descent into the material plane. So really they're not 10 separate places or 10 separate energies. They're 10 stages of one happening, right? Of one happening. Now, the paths in between the Sephirah, check that out. The paths in between represent the successive stages of the unfolding of cosmic realization in human consciousness. So if the 10 Sephirah represents the descent or the ascent of God from heaven to earth, right? The 10 steps from heaven to earth, the paths that connect those very Sephirah represent the stages of cosmic realization in human consciousness. So one's happening, you can say, with God, and one's happening with human. Those are the paths. That's why when you look at the paths, they represent experiences. They represent experiences in your life, subjective experiences, right? In old pictures, a serpent is often depicted as twined about the boughs of the tree. This is the serpent Nehushtan, who holdeth his tail in his mouth, the symbol of wisdom and initiation. Circle of Mystics, peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. Circle of Mystics says, yes, Saturday night, doing my favorite thing ever, studying the occult with my favorite people. Peace and greetings to the Magus Society. Let's go. Peace and greetings, peace and greetings. IWAS 93, peace, peace. Scorpius, peace and greetings. Kabbalistic daisy chain. From Kether down to, um, is there a safe for work version of that word, or is it only a not safe for work term? I'm not sure anymore. There's gotta be. There's gotta be. Ero, peace and greetings. So, the serpent. This says the serpent holding his tail in his mouth, the symbol of wisdom and initiation. The coils of this serpent, when correctly arranged upon the tree, cross each of the paths in succession to serve to indicate the order in which they should be numbered. With the help of this glyph, then, it is a simple matter to arrange all the tables of symbols in their correct positions upon the tree. Granted that the symbols are given in their correct order on the tables. In certain modern books which rank as authorities upon the subject, the correct order is not given. The writers apparently holding that this should not be revealed to the uninitiated. But as this order is given correctly in certain older books, and for the matter of that, in the Bible itself, what came first, the Bible or Kabbalah? And the Kabbalistic literature, there seems to me no point in deliberately misleading students with spurious information. To refuse to divulge anything may be justifiable, but how is it possible to justify the handing on of misleading statements? No one is going to be persecuted nowadays for the studies in, or unorthodox sciences. So there can be but one purpose in withholding teaching that relates solely to the theory of the universe and the philosophy arising therefrom, and in no way to the methods of practical magic. And that purpose is to retain a monopoly of the knowledge which confers prestige, if not power. In other words, at this point, she's saying that the information is out there. By the time that she wrote this book, the correct information was out there, especially concerning the symbology, the numerical orders of the paths and the symbols. All this information is out there. There's no point in hiding it or misleading students or lying if you can easily go find it. It's basically like if you ask me a question and I try to hide it from you and keep it a secret when you can easily just go over to Google and pull up the answer, right? Like, what's the point of me doing that? She says the point of somebody doing something like that is for them to retain a monopoly on the knowledge or attempt to do that. And they say knowledge is power. Retaining a monopoly on that knowledge can be used to build up this aura of prestige and control. And of course, she's not doing that, which is why we got this thick ass book. 21. For my part, I believe that this selfishness and exclusiveness is the bane of the occult movement rather than its safeguard. So, in her estimation, this doesn't actually help hiding this information and burying it, making it hard to get. That hurts more than it actually helps. Like, it doesn't protect the information, it prevents people from growth. She calls it the bane of the occult movement. It is the old sin of retaining the knowledge of God in the hands of a priesthood and denying it to all outside the sacred clan. Justifiable enough when the people were savages, but unjustifiable in the case of the modern student. For when all is said and done, the desired information can be worked out from existing literature by those who care to take the trouble, or purchased plainly set forth by those who can afford high prices for books now rare. Surely the possession of ample time and ample cash should not be the test of the fitness to obtain the sacred wisdom, right? That shouldn't be what qualifies somebody to be having access to sacred wisdom, time and money. California love in the city. 22. No doubt I shall expose myself to a shower of abuse from the self constituted guardians of this knowledge, who may hold that their precious secrets have been betrayed. To this I reply that I am not betraying anything that is secret, but collecting that which has already been given to the world and is of a simple and well known nature. That's what I said 2 pages back, right? She said that she's under oath for sure, and she's not going to break her oath. However, certain people, like Aleister Crowley, have released some of these secrets. And since it's out there, technically she didn't break her oath. Since it's already out there, she might as well utilize it, right? So she's saying, I'm not betraying anything that is secret, right? I'm not breaking my oath. It's already out there and anybody can get it, right? Collecting that which has already been given to the world and is of a simple and well known nature. When I first had access to certain manuscripts, I believed them to be secret and unknown to the world at large. But a wider acquaintance with occult literature has revealed to me that the information is to be found scattered, broadcast through it. Much, in fact, to which the initiate is sworn to secrecy has been published by Mathers and Wynne Westcott themselves. And as recently as 1926, a new edition of Mathers' work on the Qabalah was brought out under the editorship of his widow, who may be assumed to have known his wishes. And in that work will be found most of the tables that I give in these pages. As these catalogs of beings were originally given to the world by Isaiah, Ezekiel, and various medieval rabbis, it may justly be held that the copyright in them has lapsed, owing to the passage of time. In any case, such ownership as there may be in these ideas is vested in the original author and not in any subsequent commentator. And that author, according to the Kabbalah itself, is the Archangel Metatron. 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 So just a heads up, some of the stuff that you're going to be learning in this book and some of the stuff that you have learned in this book used to be sworn under oath in secrecy. Some of these symbols and symbolic relationships put together for the mind to be able to map out the invisible world, this stuff was kept secret for quite a while. For quite a while. And look at how accessible it is. Look at how accessible it is. If you but grab this book and crack it open. Well, shit, at this point, I'm reading it to you, right? Look at how the barrier of entry has been lowered. Before you had to be some kind of rabbi, you had to be part of some Orthodox Hebrew religious group. Then you had to be a member of some special order in Europe that only very few people were admitted into. And out of them, very few were able to ascend the ranks to get this information, right? This was hard to come by. And people spent decades, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, multiple tens of years studying and practicing and learning this information. You get me? And let's fast forward. Here I am trying my best to get you to buy the book. And you're like, I might get it. It's on Amazon. I might drop $20 for it. And maybe, right? It's sitting on your shelf collecting dust. You might crack it open, see something cool. You might not. At this point, all you literally have to do is sit down and listen. Because I'm reading it to you. Like, look at how far this information has traveled, right? This information has traveled through trenches, through World War One and Two, right? It's traveled through Obama being in office twice. It's traveled through the civil rights movement. This information has come across a wide gap to get to you today. I need you to understand this. Now, you don't have to take it seriously. Most people won't. That's fine. But what I do want you to know is that this is some serious shit right here. This is some serious shit right here. You might not be at the level to appreciate it yet. But let me tell you, take my word for it. This is some serious business. All right? Hey, Third Royal Guard says that's because we're near the end, the grand finale. Hey, everything must go. Everything is on sale. The only reason you don't get it is because you don't want it. And that's on Nanda. Curve says it's like she's giving a disclaimer. It's like she's giving a disclaimer before she gets deeper. Well, I'd hope she'd give a disclaimer, right? You want to be ready for. Shit, I ain't do it. He did it. Right, right. The democratization of occult knowledge. All you need is the ready to receive eyes and ears. Facts. It's a blessing time to learn. Amen. Gary Watts says, "Don't you just love Dion? LOL. Don't blame me." She says, "I'm just passing it on." Right, right. Trav, you should have sent that last passage the guy who bugged you about reading copyrighted material. Oh man, I haven't seen that book back on YouTube. I mean, I haven't looked, but I am seeing a lot of people are now making audiobooks of occult books, and most of them are being read by AI. So I don't know, something must have changed, or more people are just doing it for views. Some serious funky shit. All right, all right. Let's get back to it now. Let's get back to it. Magic Marcel, peace. Marcel says the blueprint is out and folks ain't trying to hear it. That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. And that's fine. This has never been for the masses of asses. Much that was once common knowledge has been gathered up and confined under the initiate's oath of secrecy. It is Crowley's jibe at his teachers that they bound him to secrecy with terrible oaths and then confided the Hebrew alphabet to his safekeeping. Hmm, that's funny. Threatening somebody with terrible oaths, right? Oaths of secrecy. Cross my heart, hope to die, stick a needle in your eye, right? And then they're like, here, keep this safe, keep this secret safe. And it's some common known knowledge that people who aren't even occultists use and abuse on a daily basis. 24. The philosophy of the Kabbalah is the esotericism of the West. In it, we find such a cosmogony as is found in the stanzas of Daizan, which were the basis of Madame Blavatsky's work. Has anybody here actually read Madame Blavatsky's work? I'm just curious. That's some heavy reading. I got one of her abridged books. I read portions of it. Peace, peace, patchwork. Peace and greetings. Hope things are good for you. So the stanzas of Daizan, which were the basis of Madame Blavatsky's work, herein she found the framework of traditional doctrine, which she expounded in her great book, The Secret Doctrine. This Kabbalistic cosmogony is the Christian gnosis. Without it, we have an incomplete system in our religion. And it is this incomplete system which has been the weakness of Christianity. The early fathers, in the homely metaphor, threw away the baby with the bathwater. A very cursory acquaintance with the Kabbalah serves to show that here we have the essential keys to the riddles of Scripture in general and the prophetic books in particular. Is there any good reason why initiates of the present day should put all this knowledge into a secret box and sit upon the lid? If they consider that I am wrong to give accurate information upon matters which they consider their private preserve, I reply that this is a free country and they are entitled to their opinion. Hell yeah. Hey, it's a free country. You can think what you want. I have zero energy to argue and debate with you. Basically, kiss my ass. I'ma do me. I heard that, Miss Dion Fortune. Magic Marcel says, peace. Phenomenal job on the course launch. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Chapter 5. We swinging through this one, huh? That was only an hour. I didn't expect that. Chapter 5. Y'all all right? We doing good? Y'all awake? Are we crispy? Or are we soggy? Are you fruity pebbles and frosted flakes in a bowl before the milk? Or has the cereal been sitting in the milk for quite a while? The milk tastes good, but I don't think anybody likes to chew on soft cereal. Who likes to chew on soft cereal? Soft cereal. Flaccid cereal. I, for one, am very crispy right now. Shit, we might make it to chapter 6. We'll see. We'll see. Framestar says it sounds like she was under pressure not to publish while still writing this. It does sound that way. And I think she was also just making extra sure to cover her ass because we know how people can be. Oh my God, she published a book about the Qabalah. She's giving everything away. Burn her with the torches. So let's get it. Chapter 5, Negative Existence. I've been looking forward to this chapter because I, you know, haven't read it since the Cosmic Doctrine. And she's about to get into the negative veils. So I want to come back across this with a springboard of information, right, from that previous book. Let's see what she has to say about negative existence. Chapter 5, Negative Existence. 1. The esotericist, when endeavoring to formulate his philosophy for communication to others, is confronted by the fact that his knowledge of the higher forms of existence is obtained by a process other than thought. Digest that. Look, the esotericist, when endeavoring to formulate his philosophy for communication to others, right? So you've got this philosophy about spirituality, and just look at yourself right now. How difficult is it really to try to break it down and explain it to somebody who's not into this at all? Like, how easy is it for you to go to your coworker and tell them about your spiritual path, your spiritual journey, the things that you practice and the things that you believe? It's not easy at all, right? You literally have to come up with metaphors and symbols to convey the understanding. So check this out. When endeavoring to formulate your philosophy for communication to others, you're confronted by the fact, right? When you try to break it down to a normal ass muggle, you find this out right here. His knowledge of the higher forms of existence is obtained by a process other than thought. So, in other words, this experience that you're having with spirit, this isn't something that you're thinking deeply about, right? People who don't have spiritual experiences, they think this is all about thinking hard. They think this is all about concentrating and using your logic to deduce and figure stuff out. That's why they don't see eye to eye with us, because they're not using the same process, right? And you know what I'm talking about. Like I said, when you've had this experience already, we all have. When you try to talk to a non-practitioner about magic stuff, they don't get it because they're not coming from the same angle. These experiences aren't things that we're thinking out. We come to our conclusions through a different manner. So, and this process only commences when thought is left behind. So, even worse, we have to leave thought behind to get to some of these spiritual experiences. Consequently, it is only in that region of consciousness which transcends thought that the highest form of transcendental ideas is known and understood. And it is only to those who are able to use this aspect of consciousness that he can communicate his ideas in their original form. So it's one thing to have a spiritual experience, it's a whole other thing to go to that spiritual experience and bring it back in such a way that you can communicate it clearly to someone else. I said clearly, right? Because oftentimes when we try to describe our dreams or our rituals or whatever to a non practitioner, typically they're just waiting for us to shut up so they can change the subject to something that they're more comfortable with. So you didn't really convey it. You just, got something off your chest. And at best, they said something like, oh, that's cool. And then changed the subject. Chicano's fighting for higher learning skills says, and their intelligence is secondhand knowledge, non book reading asses. Right, right. God bless them. God bless them. Patrick says, I don't talk about these things with people in real life. Whenever religion, spirituality comes up in conversation, I just say I believe in God, which isn't a complete lie. Just my understanding of God is different from the muggles. Right, right. And that's the best way to go. Curve says, it would be something I think is so simple and they just don't get it. So I don't explain anymore. Right, right. Because like what she just said, even when like we're meditating, you come to a point where you have to leave thought behind and utilize a different way of mentation. I believe she calls it. You got to use a different way. What did she say earlier? Right? Zero wrote it down. Kabbalah becomes a new way of using the mind. So let's keep going. Consequently, it is only in that region of consciousness which transcends thought that the highest form of transcendental ideas is known and understood. And it is only to those who are able to use this aspect of consciousness that he can communicate his ideas in their original form. Now, here's something that'll blow your mind. You don't even have to logically understand this stuff to be able to work it. You don't even have to logically understand it. Ain't that something? Because if you can tap in, if you can really tap in, right? And everybody, it's a personal thing. I don't know if you have. I can't give it to you. I can help you get there for sure, but I can't give it to you. Only you know if you've tapped in. But once you've really tapped in, right? Because you're bypassing the logic mind and going straight to the subconscious mind. And once you start training your subconscious mind, it's almost as if this stuff starts happening automatically without your input. You could be dumb as a box of rocks and still be super magical, right? Powerful, having practical results on a regular, consistent basis. It's not even about thinking hard and trying to plan this out. It seems like luck. It seems like coincidence control. My very first teacher, when I moved out of my parents' house and with this wizard who introduced me to the magic mushrooms, he had a bunch of quotes, and one of his quotes were, magic in essence is coincidence control. I always thought that was really cool. But I mean, really, that's what it is. It's coincidence control. Shamita Nicole, peace and greetings. Good evening. So it is only to those who are able to use this aspect of consciousness that he can communicate his ideas in their original form. When he wants to communicate these ideas to those who have had no experience of this mode of consciousness, he must either crystallize them into form or fail to convey any adequate impression. And I think that's why we love to get together with each other and just be able to vibe, right, as spiritual people. Because we don't have to go through the rigmarole of trying to make it make sense and try to break it down into terms that people can understand. Like we don't have to go through that, right? We don't. We're able to flow more smoothly. That's the great part about having a community of practitioners. We don't have to hide behind safe topics and safe concepts, right? If I say something like the clip off, that's a term that, we might have an abstract understanding of what it is, but you still know what I'm talking about, right? I don't have to go too deep into it. If I say clip off, if I say Tifereth, you may not have a precise, clean cut understanding, but you generally know the area of symbol. Like and that's how it is. We can communicate symbolically, and you know what I'm talking about based on your understanding of these symbols. Really cool. Really cool. Really cool. So, mystics have used every imaginable simile in the endeavor to convey their impressions. Philosophers have lost themselves in a maze of words, and all to no purpose so far as the unilluminated soul is concerned. The Kabbalists, however, use another method. They do not try to explain to the mind that which the mind is not equipped to deal with. Let me read that again. The Kabbalists, however, use another method. They do not try to explain to the mind that which the mind is not equipped to deal with. They give it a series of symbols to meditate upon, and these enable it to build the stairway of realization step by step and climb where it cannot fly. The mind no more The mind can no more grasp transcendent philosophy than the eye can see music. Look at what she did there. Your eye cannot see music. So, how do you enjoy music? With another faculty of perception. You use your ears and your ability to hear. So, check this out, the mind can no more grasp transcendent philosophy than the eye can see music. The mind is used for mind stuff, but transcendent philosophy, you're utilizing a different section of your consciousness, using a different aspect of your consciousness. So, once again, this is not about thinking deep. This is not about trying to figure it out logically and understand it logically. Like I said, you can be dumb as hell and still be super tapped in. You don't have to understand this stuff logically. You got to understand it with the abstract mind. How do you feel about that? How do you like me right now? How about that? Lady Justice says, just tuned in. Good early morning from England. I wonder if you know the other river that starts with fire yet. Um, that doesn't ring a bell. That does not ring a bell. I have no idea what that's about. Patrick says, when breaking down coincidence into two syllables, co being two or more and incident likely to happen because of resulting from controlled coincidence. Rainwater says, everything outside of you is secondhand knowledge. Like this book, she went within a first hand, explaining her perspective in a book, second hand. Humbling, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Interesting, interesting. I love you too, Curve. It's a good day. It's a great life. Philosophers and mental masturbators, basically. Right, right. Let's just think about it really hard, and that's how we figure it out. Take my money, my house, and my car. Oh my goodness. For one hit of you. See, I wasn't gonna burst into song this time. We ran Jodeci out last night. I was gonna try my best not to get into it, but here we go. Oh, okay, okay. I get you. I get you. Let's continue. Let's continue. Boom. Number two, the tree of life, as cannot too often be emphasized, is not so much a system as a method, right? The tree of life is not so much a system as it is a method. Those who formulated it realized the important truth that in order to obtain clarity of vision, one must circumscribe the field of vision. Look, in order to see clearly, you got to know what seeing is all about. Most philosophers founded their systems upon the absolute, but this is a shifting foundation, for the human mind can neither define nor grasp the absolute. So, how are we going to set up a system based on the absolute and we can't even fathom the absolute? That's funny, right? That's funny. Some others try to use a negation for their foundation, declaring that the absolute is and must ever be unknowable. The Kabbalists do neither of these things. They content themselves with saying that the absolute is unknown to the state of consciousness, which is normal to human beings. I like that. Do you see the difference? Some people say, no man may ever know the hour, no man can ever know God, right? A lot of people keep it so off limits and they live in these absolutes of never and always. But look at what we do. We admit that the absolute is indeed unknown to the state of consciousness which is normal to human beings. As we are right now in this normal human state, thinking about the sports ball game, thinking about sex, thinking about food, thinking about the things that the human being thinks about, in that state, of course we cannot know God. Not with the monkey mind. But what that indicates is that there's a different state of consciousness that we can access. And within that state, we'll get closer. I'll go ahead and jump to it. There's a reason why she mentioned those four worlds previously. There's at least four levels of your consciousness. And the higher the level that you're operating on, the more clearly you can know God. Look at what she said. Those who formulated it realized the important truth that in order to obtain clarity of vision, one must circumscribe the field of vision, right? In order to have clarity of vision, you've got to know every angle of vision. The human animal mind is only a tiny slice of consciousness. For some people, that's as far as they will allow themselves to go. For others, we know that there is more to how this inner game works. And it takes time, of course. But look what she said, build the stairway of realization step by step. Build the stairway of realization step by step. The mind can no more grasp transcendent philosophy than the eye can see music. So, this whole first page right here, what she's telling you is there's different levels to your mind. And if you want to understand transcendental wisdom, transcendental information, you've got to use the transcendental aspect of yourself. Use your human mind to know human things. Put on your big boy pants, your big girl pants if you want to do big girl, big boy things. Chick, does this resonate? Does this track? Does it make sense? What a good song. I'm resisting. I'm resisting. Magic Marcel says bigger files of data take longer to download and require more processing power. This is why you reading these is like 1,000x leap for all of us. Every sentence in this motherfucker is a damn terabyte. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Good stuff. Good stuff. Rivers flow in different directions. Number three, for the purposes of their system, therefore, they draw a veil at a certain point in manifestation. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Not because there's nothing there. Check this out now. You've heard of veils, you've seen veils. You've got the high priestess card sitting in front of this big ass veil. Behind her are the secrets. We've heard of the veil of Isis. We've heard of the veil of Maya, the veil of Paraketh. So many veils, right? And if you're looking at the diagram, you think that somewhere out there is this sheet of cosmic fabric that you can't pass through unless you have a magic word or a magic understanding. Check this out. For the purposes of their system, therefore, they draw a veil at a certain point in manifestation, not because there's nothing there, but because the mind, as such, must stop there. When the human mind has been brought to its highest stage of development and consciousness can detach itself therefrom and, as it were, stand upon its own shoulders, we may be able to penetrate the veils of negative existence. Does that make sense to you? As they are called. But for all practical purposes, we can understand the nature of the cosmos if we are content to accept the veils as philosophical conventions and realize that they correspond to human limitations, not to cosmic conditions. So, in other words, these veils that we see on the map, Doth, right? The veil of Maya, the veil of Paraketh, the barrier of Laya, if y'all remember that from Durana Darshan. When we see these veils, they're not actually veils out there somewhere. What they indicate basically is the distance that the mind can travel and function as is. Once you pass certain points, the mind don't work there no more, right? The mind doesn't work there anymore. You got to leave it where it is and continue going. So you can see how difficult it is for those who identify with their mind, with their ego, with their consciousness. They think that they cannot pass that point. But you have to inherently understand that you are not your mind if what you want is to cross these barriers. I learned a while ago that when it comes to Doth, you've got to leave behind everything that you think you are and you think you know. You leave behind the body, you leave behind this concept of personality, leave behind the memories. Anything that you can think of, you've got to leave it behind. So, talking about what she was just mentioning in that first paragraph of having to take these cosmic understandings and break them down into human terms, Tatwashuti has helped me so much because it's given me so many experiences, symbolic experiences. When I think of doing the exercises of Tatwashuti and removing myself from the material plane and extending upward as high as I can go to pass that veil, what I'm seeing is that highest point, right? You can say Kether, you can say Buddhi, that great light that shines down. Everything that that light touches, it's animated, it's given life. So the whole fact of the five elements moving and shaping and morphing, they only do so because the light of the Most High is shining on them. So as you separate yourself from those elements and you continue to ascend upward and upward closer to that light, The closer you go, the more you leave behind. The more you leave behind, to the point that all you are is pure consciousness floating up to that light. And you still have a lot to drop off. I see almost like myself going closer and closer to the sun, and the heat burning away everything that I am, burning everything away until it's like a grain of sand approaching. And that grain of sand is like that last shred of individuality and personality that I have. And it's like the closer you go, you have to keep dissolving, and anything else you're holding on to has to be let go until there's nothing. Or so it appears that there's nothing. What actually happens is a shift, a flip, a change. Because once you release everything that you were holding on to, you begin to see that you are the light. What you actually are is the light, not any of that stuff that you had to drop off or let go. So the personality, the memories, the love, the likes, the dislikes, the fears, everything must go until all that remains is the light itself. And it's not like you get absorbed into some strange hive mind. You realize that it was always you. You don't become anything new. It was always you. You had to let go of the illusion. But see, to do that, see, and what I just described there is the practical experience of transcending the mind, of transcending thought. You get what I'm saying? I hope you do, because we're going to have to continue. Circle of Mystic says, Jesus, that's a writer downer right there, right? Human limitations. Patrick says, anything you can think of or identify with isn't you. Facts. Facts. All right, all right. All right. Let's keep going. So, these veils correspond to human limitations, not to cosmic conditions. The origin of things is inexplicable in terms of our philosophy. However far we push our inquiries back into origins in the world of manifestation, we find a preceding existence. So, look, no matter how far back you go in the manifest world, you're going to find that something was there before. You can say, oh, well, we started as monkeys, right? You can say that. But you have to admit that there was something here before monkeys. You could talk about the fish that crawled out the water. Well, before that, there was something here. You could talk about the microbes and the microorganisms that were floating around. Well, before that, there was something else. It continues to go in an unbroken chain. The manifest dimension doesn't have a beginning or an end. It keeps looping and looping and looping. In other words, you can't start there. This manifest dimension was not the beginning. You're not going to find the beginning in the manifest dimension. You're going to keep finding more. So look what she says. However far we push our inquiries back into origins in the world of manifestation, we find a preceding existence. It is only when we are content to draw the veil of negative existence across the path which leads back to the beginnings that we get a background against which a first cause becomes visible. So you're going to be confused if you keep looking for the beginning in the material plane. Like I mentioned before, the material plane came out of the etheric came out of the astral came out of the mental came out of the akashic. Or we could say, remember those four trees she talked about? Asaya came out of Yetzirah, Yetzirah came out of Bria, Bria came out of Atziluth, Malkuth came out of Yasad, Yasad came out of Had, out of Netzach, out of Tifereth, out of Geberah, out of Chesed, out of Bina, out of Chokmah, out of Kether, out of the triple blackness. So, it is only when we are content to draw the veil of negative existence across the path which leads back to the beginnings that we get a background against which a first cause becomes visible. And this cause is not a rootless origin, but a first appearance on the plane of manifestation. Thus far and no further can the mind go back. But we must always remember that different minds go back different distances. Different minds go back different distances. And that for some, the veil is drawn in one place, and for others, in another. Isn't that a cool concept? The ignorant goes no further than the concept of God as an old man with a long white beard who sat on a golden throne and gave orders for creation. Don't get mad at those folks. That's as far back as their mind can penetrate. That's as far back as their cosmic memory goes. That's what they have. Let them have that. It's not your job to correct them or fix them. The scientist will go back a little further before he is compelled to draw a veil called the ether. And the philosopher will go back yet further before he draws a veil called the absolute. So look, depending on your understanding of reality, you're going to have to draw a veil. Some people's veil is going to be a little further back. Some people's veil is going to be a little closer, right? As a black person, you can say, "Oh, we were slaves," and you draw a veil right there. Some people go back even further. We was kings, right? And you draw a veil right there. Some people go back even further. Oh, Atlantis and Lemuria, etc., etc. Depending on who you're dealing with, everybody has a veil drawn at a certain spot. Like I said, some believe that we came out of monkeys. Some believe that there was a man and a woman, Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. I always thought that was such a corny phrase. Thought that there was a man and a woman in a garden with a talking serpent. That's how far back their veil goes, right? Keep that in mind. So check this out. Check this out. But the initiate will go back furthest of all because he has learnt to do his thinking in symbols. And symbols are to the mind what tools are to the hand. You better get that. You better understand that. Don't listen to another word. Don't read another page in this book if you don't understand that. Symbols are to the mind what tools are to the hand, an extended application of its powers. The initiate will go back furthest of all because he has learnt to do his thinking in symbols, and symbols are to the mind what tools are to the hand, an extended application of its powers. 4. The Kabbalist takes for his starting point Kether, the crown, the first Sephirah, which he symbolizes by the figure 1, unity, and by the point within the circle. From this, he traces backward the tree, excuse me, from that point of unity, from Kether, he traces backward the three veils of negative existence. Ooh. This is quite a different matter from starting at the absolute and trying to work forwards into evolution. It may not yield immediately accurate and complete knowledge of the origin of all things, but it enables the mind to make a start. And unless we can make a start, we have no hope of a finish. I heard that. Unless we can make a start, we have no hope of a finish. You got to get your foot in the door if you plan to sit on the couch. Lamar Harmon, peace. I was riding dinosaurs. Lady Justice says, "What does the river you know start with?" What's the business with the river? I don't think I ever said anything about a river. I did not mention a river. I've been reading about Qabalah all night, reading about Dion Fortune's explanation of why she's doing what she's doing. I don't think that I mentioned a river other than when you brought it up. I mean, if I did, please correct me. I seem to be a bit out of the loop. Perhaps it was a different video. Unless we can make a start, we have no hope of a finish. 5. The Kabbalist then starts where he can, at the first point, the Kabbalist then starts where he can, at the first point, that is within the reach of finite consciousness. Kether is equated with the most transcendent form of God that we can conceive, whose name is Eheye. Who knows what that means? Somebody's going to get it right, and somebody's going to get it wrong. What is Eheye? Translated in the authorized version of the Bible as I am, or more explicitly, the self existing one, pure being. 6. But these words are words and nothing more, unless they convey an impression to the mind. And in themselves, they cannot do that. They must be related to other ideas before they have any significance. So look, it don't matter if you learn some magic words and you say them out loud. It doesn't matter if you know how to draw a special symbol. That stuff doesn't matter. Because by themselves, they're nothing but lines on paper or vibration sounds coming out of your throat. Look at what she says. But these words are words and nothing more unless they convey an impression to the mind. You got to have something connected to those words, to those symbols. And in themselves, they cannot do that. They must be related to other ideas before they have any significance. Hmm. Hmm. We only begin to understand Kether when we study Chokmah, the second Sephiroth, its emanation. It is only when we see the full unfoldment of the 10 Sephiroth that we are ready to approach Kether. And then we approach it with the data that gives us the key to its nature. And working with the tree, it is wisest to keep on going over it. Hence why this is like the fourth reading of this book. It is wisest to keep on going over it rather than to concentrate upon a single point until it is mastered. For one thing explains another, and it is out of the perception of the relationships between the different symbols that enlightenment arises. Again, we say the tree is a method of using the mind, not a system of knowledge. Say it with me. The tree is a method of using the mind, not a system of knowledge. You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Seven. But at the moment, we are not engaged in the study of the emanations, but of origins, so far as the human mind may hope to penetrate them. And paradoxical as it, this word penetrate happens a lot, doesn't it? I just had to stop and point that out. There's a lot of penetrate going on. Any other word could have been used, but she chose this one. Penetrate. If I'm reading Dion Fortune, I know that we're going to see the word penetrate. Jeez Louise. But I digress. So, right now we're not engaged in the study of emanations, but of origins, so far as the human mind may hope to penetrate them. And paradoxical as it may appear, we shall penetrate further when we draw the veil. We might need to keep a count. We might need to keep a count. There's a lot of penetration going on. We shall penetrate further. Really? Twice in one sentence? Dion, what's going on here? We shall penetrate further when we draw the veils across them than when we try to pierce the darkness. Okay. We will then sum up the position of Kether in one sentence, a sentence that can have but little significance for the student approaching the subject for the first time, but which must be borne in mind, for its significance will begin to dawn presently. In doing so, in so doing, we are adhering to the ancient esoteric tradition of giving the student a symbol to incubate till it hatches in his mind. Rather than explicit instruction which would convey nothing to him. So check this out. I know a lot of people ask questions and they want an answer. That's not always the best way to answer the question, especially when we're talking about esoteric, metaphysical type things. Because look what happens when someone asks a question and you just get that answer, that doesn't convey anything to you. You're still working out of the mind. Remember what you said before? If we're talking about some transcendental information, it must be reached, it must be apprehended, it must be penetrated with a mind other than this thinking logical mind. You've got to use and utilize a higher aspect of consciousness, a different aspect of consciousness, right? So to just give you an answer doesn't really do anything but give you some words, especially because it doesn't convey an impression, right? Look what you said up here. It has to be related to other ideas before it has any significance. You got to know how it works. What's a better way? Giving the student a symbol to incubate till it hatches in the mind. Now, TikTok generation, short attention spans, they're going to hate that. So it's going to be more and more difficult for those types. But understand that if you have a symbol, it'll begin to speak to you if you really listen to it. Make sense? Penetration brings forth emanation. Well, I guess it does actually. So look, the seed sentence then, which we cast into the subconscious, she's telling you straight up. The seed sentence then, which we cast into the subconscious mind of the reader, is this. Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest. She's saying just sit on that for a while. Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest. Mathers says the limitless ocean of negative light does not proceed from a center, for it is centerless, but it concentrates a center, which is the number one of the manifested Sephiroth, Kether, the crown, the first Sephiroth. Yummy. And if you were here for the reading of the Cosmic Doctrine, you understand what's happening here. The ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not, three rings, black hole in the center, squeezing itself until it becomes something. Squeezing itself until it becomes something. Lady Justice says, which way do you think it flows? Well, most things flow downward, so it probably flows downward. We'll go with down. What do I win? Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest. 8. These words in themselves contain contradictions and are unthinkable. Negative light is simply a way of saying that the thing described, though having certain qualities in common with light, is nevertheless not light as we know it. This tells us very little about that which is intended to describe. We are told not to make the mistake of thinking of it as light, but we are not told how to think of it as it really is. And, and, for the very good reason that the mind is not equipped with any images under which to represent it, and must therefore let it alone till growth takes place. Nevertheless, although these words do not tell us that we would like to know, they don't tell us what, they do not tell us all that we would like to know. They convey certain images to the imagination. These sink into the subconscious mind, and thence are evoked when ideas enter the conscious mind, which are related to them. She's giving you the NLP right to your face, right across the face. She's giving you the NLP. She's telling you how this works. The mind is not equipped with any images under which to represent it, right? You don't have a library of correspondences to deal with this stuff. This is why I keep harping on that library of correspondences. That is your Batman tool belt. That is your tool system that you work with. You got to have a well-stocked library of correspondences. That's the number one main thing you need to have. That's what makes your candles work. That's what makes your crystals work. She says that the mind is not equipped with any images under which to represent it, and must therefore let it alone till growth takes place. Nevertheless, although these words do not tell us all that we would like to know, they convey certain images to the imagination, right? They give you certain images. These sink into the subconscious mind and thence are evoked, right? They're going to be sitting there forever, and they will be evoked when ideas enter the conscious mind, which are related to them. So if I were to say, or if she says to you, Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest, that's a little connection right there. That's a little symbolic connection because you've got to learn what Kether is, what Malkuth is, what the unmanifest is. You got to learn that relationship. And the more that you start filling in the gaps and filling in the definition of those terms, the visuals start to make sense. It becomes clear and it becomes meaningful. Then it becomes practical. Now you can do something with it. Now you can be something with it. Patchwork says without the understanding of correspondences, i.e., knowing what you're doing and why, then it's just superstition. Facts. Facts. Mayat Mystic, peace. Peace and greetings. Curve says, where would you start with these correspondences, Trev? You'd start by acknowledging the work you've already done. You'd start by acknowledging the symbolic correspondences you already have. Find what symbols move you, right? We've all got playlists. Look at your playlists. Look at how the music changes your mood. What specifically changes your mood? Look at the colors. What ideas do you associate with your colors? Look at the numbers, right? Every one of us has a meaning for 1111, for 333 for 222555. Each and every one of us have a meaning for that. Start to catalog the correspondences that you've already made. What are the stereotypes you have about people? Different races, different genders. What are the stereotypes you've built about people, about political groups or whatever? Look at what you have so far. That's where I would suggest you start. Perhaps you have a favorite symbol, right? What is it about the unicorns? Some people like turtles and dolphins and all. What is it about the symbols that you're using? What do you correspond to those things? Start with what you got. A, B, C. Easy as one, two, three. Do, re, mi. Somebody rockin' knockin' the boots. Good loving body rockin' knockin' boots all night long. I must resist the 90s R&B. I must resist. So, they convey certain images to the imagination. These sink into the subconscious mind and thence are evoked when ideas enter the conscious mind which are related to them. Thus, knowledge grows from more to more when the Kabbalistic method is given its practical application as the yoga of the West. Making love till we time to the break of dawn. Mhm. Thank y'all for being here. Hopefully, this is information that you are adding to your subconscious mind so that you'll be able to practically use it. If not now, then later. And as Sunshine Chick said, here's your reminder to smash the like button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, now's a perfect time to do so. Perfect time to do so. And it'll make you feel great. The break of dawn. Penetrate that like button. Oh, man. I'm not so certain that everything is meant to be penetrated. What do I know? 9. The Kabbalists recognize 4 planes of manifestation and 3 planes of unmanifestation, or negative existence. The first of these is called Ein, negativity. The second, Ein Sof, the limitless. The third, or Ein Sof, the limitless light. It is out of this last that Kether is concentrated. These 3 terms are called the 3 veils of negative existence, depending back from Kether. In other words, they are the algebraic symbols that enable us to think of that which transcends thought, and which at the same time hide that which they represent. They are the masks of transcendent realities. With a little baby oil, anything is possible. Oh, man. Look now, this isn't this why God sent down fire and brimstone? See, that's why God sent down some fire and brimstone. That's exactly why. A city full of ditties. City full of ditties. We're not going to get into that though. If we think of the states of negative existence in terms of anything that we know, we shall err. For whatever else they may be, they cannot be that, being unmanifest. The expression veils, therefore, teaches us to use these ideas as counters of no value in themselves, but useful to us in our calculations. This is the true use of all symbols. They veil that which they represent until we can reduce them to terms we can comprehend. Right? Right? Just because you can doesn't mean you should put down the baby oil. I'm almost positive there's better oils. Better oils than baby oil. Isn't baby oil just mineral oil with a couple of fragrances in it? What about jojoba oil? What about castor oil? What about avocado oil? Sweet almond oil? What about those? Those are more palatable to the human system. I stopped using baby oil a long time ago. So, this is the true use of all symbols. They veil that which they represent until we can reduce them to terms we can comprehend. Nevertheless, they enable us to use in our calculations ideas which would otherwise be unthinkable. And as the essence of the tree lies in the fact that it causes its symbols to elucidate one another by means of their relative positions, these veils serve as the scaffolding of thought, enabling us to take our bearings in regions as yet uncharted. Such veils or non concrete symbols are, however, of no value to us unless one side of the veil abuts upon known country. The veils, in fact, while they conceal that which they represent, enable us to see clearly that to which they form a background. Ah, this is their function, and the only reason they are referred to. It is only by reason of our infirmities that we need to have these unresolvable symbols presented to us, and the mind disciplined in esoteric philosophy soon learns to work within these limitations and accept as a painted veil the symbol of that which lies beyond its kin. This way lies the unfoldment of wisdom, for the mind grows with what it feeds upon. That's important as well. The mind grows with what it feeds upon. And one of these days, when we have climbed to Kether, we may hope to stretch out our hands and rend the veil to look through the limitless light. The esotericist does not limit himself by declaring the unknown to be unknowable, for he is above all things an evolutionist, and knows that that which we cannot compass today, we may achieve in the tomorrow of cosmic time. He knows too that evolutionary time is an individual matter upon the inner planes and is measured, not regulated, by the revolution of the earth upon its axis. She said a lot of things just then. The last thing she just said was, as your consciousness is externalized, you are bound to the clock of the sun coming up and the sun going down. But the more that you start operating from the inward, from the inner planes, you'll find that you start to become synchronized to a different cycle, to a different rhythm. I know that to be true. Most people are bound by sun up and sun down, Monday through Friday and the weekend, right? And that's what they trained us to be stuck to in school. Monday through Friday, off on the weekends. Most of us were bound to the schedule that, that our work is dictated by. But the more that you work from within, you'll start to be bound to a different season. And I think that's probably why some of us experience time moving a whole lot faster than it used to. Maybe. Still trying to figure that one out. But, anyways, I think that what she's trying to tell us here in this verse number 9 essentially is that first and foremost, there is no absolute as far as we'll never know God. What she's saying is one day we will. At least one day we'll know God better than we do today. And just like when we were talking about building up these images, look at what she said here in verse number 8. The mind is not equipped with any images under which to represent it. Therefore, let it alone until growth takes place. Our study of the tree, and then this is coming to me now for the first time, our study of the tree is not about studying the tree. It's to equip us to build up the necessary symbol relationships to understand the negative veils. We can't understand the tree, we can't understand the negative veils without understanding the tree. And if we ever hope to go beyond Kether, we've got to understand those negative veils. That just clicked for me. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Framestar Film says we map the territory with our collected library of correspondences. Yes, yes. We map the territory with our collected library of correspondences. Lady Justice says, fire down. With these words, I initiate. Ten. These three veils, Ain, negativity, Ain Sof, the limitless, and Or Ain Sof, the limitless light, though we cannot hope to understand them, nevertheless suggest to our minds certain ideas. Negativity implies being or existence of a nature which we cannot comprehend. We cannot conceive of a thing which is and yet is not. Therefore, we must conceive of a form of being of which we have never had any conscious experience. A form of being which, according to our concepts of existence, does not exist, and yet, if one may express it so, exists according to its own idea of existence. In the words of a very wise man, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Does anyone know who said that? There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. So when we're talking about these negative veils, the Ein Sof, are, you're talking about something that your conscious mind has never encountered before. This is a foreign, alien form of consciousness, right? See, most people, we think about aliens, we think about some kind of tentacle creature or a weird looking gray bug-eyed creature from space. But in truth, a real alien consciousness is going to be something that man, we can't even picture it. I don't think that alien consciousness is something physical. It would have to be something that exists differently than we do. Like it's got to be bigger than a bug-eyed gray being. It's got to be something bigger than a tentacle monster. It's got to be something that exists differently. I think that's one of the reasons why I really enjoyed that movie, The Edge of Tomorrow, with Tom Cruise, and how they're at war with these aliens, and every time they die, they just reset the clock and start over, and that's how they begin to conquer the world because they literally keep hitting the reset button. I like that. I like that. When we think about alien entities, it's got to be bigger than some creature that's flying around in a physical spaceship. Nah, it's got to be something that utilizes consciousness differently than we do. My nose says peace and greetings. So when she's talking about the negative veils, you gotta at least accept that we're dealing with a form of existence that is unlike anything that we've seen in any movie, in any comic book, or read in any H.P. Lovecraft tale. Now, again, that doesn't mean that we can never know it, because look what she said. That which we cannot encompass today, we may achieve in the tomorrow of cosmic time. So we're starting a path to move into that extraterrestrial, move into that alien form of existence. We're building a step ladder to get there. And just like what she was talking about before, the Ein Sof, are, those are just words. It's difficult to conceive of since, like I said, it's so alien and so foreign to us. But we kind of use them as placeholders, right? To give us an idea of what we're working towards. We know that there's three phases of it, and we know that it serves as the springboard for Kether, for our existence. It's a primordial state. It's a primordial existence. The land before time. 11. But although we say that negative existence is outside the range of our realization, it does not mean that we are outside the range of its influence. Now, that's really cool there, too. Look at what she just said. So, this negative existence, it's outside of the range with which our minds can reach. So, it's beyond our comprehension. However, we are still within its influence. We can't see it, but it affects us, and it has been affecting us ever since we started incarnating in this cycle, in this loop. So, look, if this were so, we could dismiss it as non existent so far as we're concerned, and our interest in it would be at an end. On the contrary, although we have not direct access to its being, all that we know as existing has its roots in this negative existence, the primordial existence. Hell, we call it chaos. So that although we cannot know it directly, we have experience of it at one remove. That is to say, although we cannot know its nature, we know its effects. We know its effects. In the same way as we are ignorant of the nature of electricity, yet are able to turn it to good account in our lives, and from our experience of its effects, we are able to come to certain conclusions concerning some, at least, of the qualities it must possess. We don't know shit about electricity. We know about its effects, but can anybody tell us where electricity comes from? What's the origin of electricity? What's the beginning of electricity? What the fuck is electricity? What the fuck is water? What is dirt? what really is fire? We can talk about its effects, can't we? We can say what fire does, what electricity does, what water does, but we don't know what it is. We don't even understand the fundamentals of the reality that we live in. I mean, like I said, we can talk about the effects of these things, but what is any of it? What is any of it really? Although we cannot know its nature, we can know its effects. In the same way that as we are ignorant of the nature of electricity, yet are able to turn it to good account in our lives. And from our experience of its effects, we are able to come to certain conclusions concerning some, at least, of the qualities it must possess. Those who have penetrated, there we go again, furthest into the unseen, have given us symbolic descriptions by means of which we may turn our minds in the direction of the absolute, even if we cannot reach it. They have spoken of negative existence as light, or Ein Sof, the limitless light. They have spoken of the first manifest as sound. In the beginning was the word. I remember once hearing a man who was an adept, if ever there was one, say, if you want to know what God is, here we go. This is the line of the whole book. If you want to know what God is, I can tell you in one word: God is pressure. God is pressure. Hmm. God is pressure. And immediately an image leapt to my mind, and a realization followed. I could conceive the outflowing of life through every channel of existence. I felt that a genuine realization of the nature of God had been conveyed to me, and yet, if one came to analyze the words, there was nothing in them. Nevertheless, they had the power to convey an image, a symbol to the mind, and the mind working upon it in the realm of intuition beyond the sphere of reason achieved a realization, even if that realization could only be reduced to the sphere of concrete thought as an image. You know why she had that sudden burst of realization after she was given that phrase? You know why? Because she's been doing the work of building up her library of correspondences. She's been building these connections. She's been building these images and representations. She's been laying the ground foundation in her own subconscious. So, what happens is that when a key like that is dropped, a whole lot of things click into place. That's why it's so important to continually study. That's why it's so important to continually build up that library, because you'll start studying and eventually the key will open up. See, this is why you can't skip levels. Like you can't, even if you tried. There is no skipping levels. When it comes to different degrees and different levels and ranks or whatever, it's not about, oh, you just read a book and you got it. No, when you read those books, certain lines pop out to you and they make certain things click into place and understanding opens up. Makes sense, right? God is pressure. Chicano's fighting for higher learning skills says, oh, that's why they fell out in church. I guess so. That pressure. Doesn't modern culture have used the word pressure as some type of slang? I legitimately don't know, but I've heard people talk about pressure. I'm not sure what that means in today's modern. Anyway. And yet, if one came to analyze these words, there was nothing in them. Nevertheless, they had the power to convey an image, a symbol, to the mind, and the mind, working upon it in the realm of intuition, beyond the sphere of reason, achieved a realization, even if that realization could only be reduced to the sphere of concrete thought as an image. 12. We must clearly realize that in these highly abstract regions, the mind can use nothing but symbols. But these symbols have the power to convey realizations to minds that know how to use them. These symbols are the seeds of thought whence understanding arises, even if we are not able to expand the symbol itself into a concrete realization. You know how an occultist communicates? Through symbols. There will be a symbol put in front of your face, and the conscious mind may not think anything special of it, but over time, a library of correspondences is built, and that symbol starts to build a network of understanding. It's not necessarily about words and saying things, it's about the symbols that your subconscious mind is picking up. Goodness. It can get kind of spooky, doesn't it? 13. Little by little, like a rising tide, realization is concreting the abstract, assimilating and expressing in terms of its own nature things which belong to another sphere. And we shall make a great mistake if we try to prove with Herbert Spencer that because a thing is unknown by any capacity of the mind we at present possess, that it must forever be unknowable. Time is not only increasing our knowledge, but evolution is increasing our capacity, right? And initiation, which is the forcing house of evolution, bringing faculties to birth out of due season, brings the consciousness of the adept within reach of vast apprehensions, which are as yet below the horizon of the human mind. These ideas, though clearly apprehended by himself after another mode of consciousness, cannot be conveyed by him to anyone who does not share this mode of consciousness. How can you give it if you ain't got it yourself? Uh-oh. That answers the question as to whether or not she has received the unwritten Qabalah. You can't give the game if you don't have it. He can only put them forth in symbolic form. But any mind that has in any way had experience of this wider mode of functioning will be able to lay hold on these ideas on their own plane, although it may be unable to translate them into the sphere of consciousness thought, into the sphere of conscious thought. In this way, therefore, in the literature of esoteric science, there are scattered seed ideas such as God is pressure and Kether is the Malkuth of negative existence. These images, whose content does not belong to our sphere at all, are as the male germs of thought, which fecundate the ova of concrete realization. In themselves, they are incapable of maintaining more than the most fugitive existence in consciousness as a flash of realization. But without them, the ova of philosophical thought will be infertile. Impregnated by them, however, though their substance is absorbed and lost in the very act of impregnation, growth takes place, 33, within the formless germ of thought, And ultimately, after due gestation, beyond the threshold of consciousness, the mind gives birth to an idea. Man, so much just came up just then. She's talking about how some of these symbols, at least from the angle that we're operating from right now, these angles are like sperm cells, right? These images, these symbols are the sperm cells. And the understanding, the philosophy, the network, the context. The context is the egg, the content is the sperm. Now, there are levels of mind where those symbols may be dropped and be useless, right? There's no seed there to fertilize. Wrong hole. However, there are other areas of mind that when those symbols make their way to those levels, something is given birth to, something is developed. This is why she keeps saying penetrated and different words like that, because existence itself is a giant sexual act. So truly, these types of terms and phrases are literally the best way to describe what's happening in the cosmos. And I think that we went over this before about how the universe is one big orgy. Boy, vey. God is pressure. Kether is the Malkuth of negative existence. These images whose content does not belong to our sphere at all, right? Certain keys and ideas don't belong to this animal human sphere, right? Mate, feed, kill, repeat. That's the human sphere. So on the human sphere, those are the type of things that we're worried about. So the egg, the understanding, the context of the human sphere, it's gotta, just like cats can only breed with cats and dogs can only breed with dogs. On the human level, it better be about mate, feed, kill, repeat. Look at that, right? If you're talking to humans on a human level, it has got to be about fighting, fleeing, fucking, or feeding. It has to be about the F's. Mate, feed, kill, repeat. Slipknot. Because that's the breed, that's the species of the human mind. The symbols, the sperm, has to match up with the eggs, the context. Now, if we talking about some Kether is the Malkuth of negative existence, God is pressure, those belong to a different species of consciousness. Do you get what she's putting down here? And we talked earlier in the beginning of this chapter about how it's difficult to talk to someone who's not practicing about what you downloaded from your transcendental experiences, because it's not the same species, right? You need to be talking about food, sex, violence, or running away from something, fear. You need to be on those type of subjects if you're talking to a basic regular person. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's finish this up. Number 14. If we want to get the best out of our minds, we must learn to allow for this period of latency, this impregnation of our minds by something outside our plane of existence, and its gestation beyond the threshold of consciousness. The invocations of an initiation ceremony are designed to call down this impregnating influence upon the consciousness of the candidate. So, look, when you're going into trance and doing your rituals, your ceremonial magic, this is what you're actually doing. You're trying to tap in to get a connection with another breed of thought. The invocations of an initiation ceremony are designed to call down this impregnating influence upon the consciousness of the candidate. Hence, it is that the paths of the tree, which are the stages of illumination of the soul, are intimately associated with the symbolism of initiation ceremonies. Oh my goodness. Patchwork says, haven't heard Mate Feed Kill Repeat in forever. Gonna go back and listen to old Slipknot. I think honestly, the only track that I really liked is their version of Gently. Their version of Gently with their original singer. I mean, I like the guitar and everything, but yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Chapter 5 ended on page 33. How interesting. So, chapter 6 is Etz Chaim, the Tree of Life. How many pages is this? How many pages is Etz Chaim? Well, not many. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. That's only 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we can do that. Who's up for one more? Who's up for one more? Chapter 6. Etz Chaim, the Tree of Life. Who's up for it? Because I'm serving it. Extra, extra. Read all about it. Extra, extra. This is the time for you to grab another cup of coffee, or worse. Snack. Do I have a snack? Am I a snack? What do I have? I have chicken nuggets. That's what I've got. I got some chicken nuggets. What else? I got something else. What am I not thinking of? Oh, yeah. I know what I have. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. All right, so give me just a second. I'm going to get some water. And we're going to continue with chapter 6. Otz Chaim, the Tree of Life. Brief intermission before we wrap this thing up. brief intermission before we penetrate chapter 6. Somebody rockin', knockin' the boots. Good loving body rockin', knockin' boots all night long. Making love until we're tired to the break of dawn. Somebody rockin', knockin' the boots. Knocking boots. Knocking boots. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. You didn't see anything wrong with it. Oh God, I love the cold weather so much. It's finally cold, right? Got my window open, and it's an amazing smell of that cold air and like the faint smell of smoke, either from like a fire pit or somebody barbecuing. But yeah, that's one of my favorite sensations. Ice cold. Now I can wrap myself in layers and layers of black. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I heard that, man. I ain't finna get left behind. Am I a snack? Tee. Rest in peace, Paul Gray and Joey Jordison, two of the original members that established Slipknot. Yes, sir. Rest in powers. Oakley dokley. Smelled like somebody was barbecuing. Yeah, I love that smell. Mixed with the ice cold. Hell yeah. Okay. All right. Chapter 6. Etz Chaim, the Tree of Life. 1. Before we can understand the significance of any individual sephirah, we must grasp the broad outlines of the Etz Chaim, the Tree of Life, as a whole. By the way, did you guys get anything out of that last chapter, the negative veils? I think that a big part of what she was saying was that the Tree of Life, as we know it, didn't just come out of nowhere. It is actually the fruit of something that was here before it. Now, that's something that was here before cannot be understood by the human mind. It must be understood by expanded faculties of consciousness. And we all have access to those. We all don't utilize them, but the same way that when you go to sleep and you dream, it's not your logical brain that's dreaming. There's another faculty of your consciousness that's dreaming, right? So where we mess up is we try to break down and understand our dreams using our logical conscious mind, which didn't even have the dream, right? So we already screw up there because we're trying to make something literal, which was abstract. To understand and break down your dreams, you've got to use the same mind that dreamt. Am I right? Likewise, if we want to understand those transcendental, metaphysical, deep concepts, we're going to have to use a different mentation, different process. So what she's saying is that the tree of life is something that exists that the human mind can understand. However, it is but the final product of a much deeper process. And that deeper process, well, we're going to have to condition ourselves and discipline and shape and form and build ourselves to be able to understand it. And what I gathered, based on me studying this for a very long time, well, I mean, very long time, for a couple of years, right? Based on me studying this consistently for a couple of years, what I just got out of that last chapter for the first time is that this whole study of the tree of life isn't about the tree of life. It's about understanding the negative veils, the triple blackness. That's what we've got to understand. Because what she said also in the beginning of that chapter was, in order to see clearly, you've got to circumscribe a vision. You've got to see what seeing is all about before you can see clearly. If I never leave my room, I don't know what the house looks like. I can't say that I know everything about the house if I never leave my room. You got to see every angle, every corner, every nook and cranny. You got to lift some things up, slide some things around. You got to see it all before you can say that you can see. So we talked about the backdrop, the springboard, the fountainhead from which our tradition arises. Now we get to chapter 6, talking about the tree itself. Now she's going to drop some integral pieces of info, like verse number 8. But let's see how this goes. Nadraj Ram says, gives me laughs to remember how Ophio got sassy and referred to DF as Dear Dion. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that. You might have to. What book was that in? Peace, Nadraj Ram. Ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, yeah. Framestar says, also remember what she said at the start of Cosmic Doctrine regarding images. I'm not here to inform you, I'm here to train you. I mean, that's what she said. Let me get that quote. I'm about to get it right. Where is that? Somebody knows the quote. The images here are intended to train the mind, not to inform it. Good luck, body, rockin', knockin', boots, so night long. Making love to time to break of dawn. So body, rockin', knockin', well, I'm sure that you guys know that quote. I think I have the book in another room. Let's continue. So, the SKM, verse number 2. It is a glyph, that is to say, a composite symbol, which is intended to represent the cosmos in its entirety and the soul of man as related thereto, right? So, the cosmos and the soul of man as it's related to the cosmos, right? And the more we study it, the more we see that it is an amazingly adequate representation. We use it as the engineer or the mathematician uses his sliding rule to scan and calculate the intricacies of existence, visible and invisible, in external nature or the hidden depth of the soul. Hmm. To scan and calculate the intricacies of existence. That's a nice phrase. To scan and calculate the intricacies of existence. 1111. 1111. Thanks. We in here. Type 1111 for good luck. Type 1111 to acknowledge that your luck is great. And today was a wonderful day. And tomorrow will be as well. We've entered a season of pleasing, for sure. For sure. A season of pleasing. Here we go. Number 3. It is represented as will be seen from diagram 3 as a set of 10 circles arranged in a certain pattern and connected among themselves by lines. The circles are the 10 holy Sephiroth, and connecting lines are the paths, 22 in number. 22 in number. 4. Each Sephiroth, which is the singular form of the word, of which Sephiroth is the plural, is a phase of evolution. And in the language of the rabbis, they are called the 10 holy emanations. The paths between them are phases of subjective consciousness, subjective internal experience, right? So the paths between them are phases of subjective consciousness. The paths or grades, Latin gradus, step, by which the soul unfolds its realization of the cosmos. Imagine your soul unfolding its realization of the cosmos. What is that like for you? Just take a quick second to think about those words there. The paths between them are phases of subjective consciousness, the paths or grades by which the soul unfolds its realization of the cosmos. The Sephiroth, right, the spheres, are objective, the paths are subjective. Got it? Magic Marcel says, where are the diagrams at? They're in the back of the book, but she's referring to the very basic pattern of the Tree of Life. The 10 Sephiroth and the three waves behind Kether. Like, y'all got to get this book. This is an absolute must-have. This is not fun, light reading. This is a must-have. The reason why There's a reason why I keep doing this book, keep referring to it. Here's diagram number 3. So of course you see you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. The 32 paths. And here's what she told us about in the previous chapter. Even though it was an extremely short description, she did not go into too much detail. She left all that for the cosmic doctrine. But anyways, Ein Sof, or Ein Sof. These are the 3 levels, layers behind Kether. And it probably realistically looks more like the diagram of how they design black holes, right? The graphic representation of a black hole. That's probably more of what it looks like if we were to give an updated version. Jasad Yah, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Wonderful of you to join us. Curve says, what was the question again, Trav? What question? Where was the diagrams at? Okay. Okay. So, number 5. Let it be recalled again that I am not expounding the traditional Kabbalah of the rabbis as a historical curio, but the structure that has been raised upon it by generations of students, initiates, all of them, adepts, some of them, who have made the tree of life their instrument of spiritual development and magical work. This is the modern Kabbalah, the alchemical Kabbalah, as it has sometimes been called, and it contains all manner of things beside traditional rabbinical lore, as will be seen in due course. No, I think you asked, what do we think she means by that? I think what I said last was something to the effect of, what does it look like? What is it like for you to imagine the concept of what you said there at the end of verse number 4? Um, the soul unfolds its realization of the cosmos. Like, what does that look like? What does that experience look like? If you were to build your own visual of that process. Number 6, Ashtar, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Let us now consider the general layout and significance of the tree. It will be seen that the circles which represent the Sephiroth are arranged in 3 vertical columns, and that at the head of the Sephiroth, at the head of the center, higher than any other, forming the apex of the topmost triangle of Sephiroth, is the Sephiroth Kether, to which we referred in the previous chapter. To quote again the words of McGregor Mathers, the limitless ocean of negative light does not proceed from a center, for it is centerless, but it concentrates the center, which is the number 1 of the manifested Sephiroth, Keth of the Crown, the first Sephiroth. 7. Madame Blavatsky draws from Eastern sources the term the point within the circle to express the first becoming of manifestation, and the idea is contained in the rabbinical term Nekuda Rashuna, the primal point, a name applied to Kether. 8. But Kether does not represent a position in space. Y'all got that? Kether does not represent a position in space. The Ein Sof Or has been called a circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. A statement which, like so many in occultism, is inconceivable, yet nevertheless presents an image to the mind and therefore serves its purpose. Kether, then, and for the matter of that, all the other Sephiroth, is a state or condition of existence. What is Kether? Is Kether a position in space? Hell no. Oh, hell no. Is Kether a position in space? No. Kether is a state or condition of existence. Because remember, the whole tree in itself is an unfoldment from point A to point B. We must always bear in mind that the planes do not tower up one above another in the Empyrean like the stories of a building, right? It's not stacked up. It's not Malkuth, then Yesod, then it's not stacked up like that. What is it actually? Look, we must always bear in mind that the planes do not tower up one above the other into the Empyrean like the stories of a building, but are conditions of being. They're stages, right? They're conditions of being, states of existence of different types. And though they developed successively in time, they occur simultaneously in space. So when it comes to space, they're happening all at once. But when it comes to time, they're stretched out like that. So what does that mean? That means your physical body also has your etheric body laid on top of it, also has the astral body and the mental body. In space, it's all happening at the same time. Existence of all types being present in a single being, right? That's what I said. So existence of all types being present in a single being. As we realize when we remember that the being of man is made up of a physical body, emotions, mind, and spirit, all occupying the same space at the same time. Boom. So there we have it. So when you think about the tree of life, it's not, oh, how do I get to Yasad? How do I get to Geeb? It's not that. They're the same entity, but seen from a different angle, right? So you've got your Gibura aspect operating right there with your Tifereth aspect operate. It's all in the same place, but the timing might be a bit different. 9. If anyone has ever watched a heated liquid at saturation point crystallize out as it cools, they will have a useful symbol of Kether. So now she's going to give you an experiment. Somebody might try this, maybe not, but you should try this at least once in your life so you can see what she's talking about. Check this out. Fill a tumbler with boiling water and dissolve in it as much sugar as it will take up. And then, as the mixture cools, watch the sugar crystals appearing. When you have done this in actuality and not merely read about it, you will have a concept under which you can think of the first manifest coming into existence out of the primordial unmanifest. So again, she's remember what she said before about symbols and having these images imprinted, having an impression on the mind. To actually do this experiment and see it with your own eyes, you will always remember how it relates to Kether appearing within the unmanifest. The liquid is transparent and formless, but a change occurs within it, and crystals, solid, visible, and of a definite form, begin to appear. Equally, we may conceive that a change occurs within the limitless light, and Kether crystallizes out. 10. I do not propose at the present moment to go deeply into the nature of any of the Sephirah, but merely to indicate the general scheme of the tree. We shall go over the ground again and again in the course of these pages until a comprehensive concept is built up. She's teaching you about how she's teaching you, right? So, your abstract mind, in order for it to grasp transcendental concepts, you have to build the concept. You have to build it in your mind's eye before you can actually work with it. And the slow and steady process of building the frame, then filling in the dots as time goes by is one of the surefire ways to have a solid pathway to grasp this stuff. So, just like what she said, we shall go over the ground again and again in the course of these pages until a comprehensive concept is built up. This can only be done gradually. And if we spend a great deal of time upon an individual point before the student has a general concept, much of that time will be wasted because the bearing of that concept on the scheme as a whole will not be understood. The rabbis themselves apply to Kether the titles concealed of the concealed and the inscrutable height, hinting that there's not a great deal that the human mind can hope to know about Kether. There's not a great deal the human mind can hope to know about Kether. Hmm. 11. It is worthy of note. I done highlighted the whole section, so check this out. It is worthy of note that exoteric Judaism, to whose liabilities Christianity is the not altogether fortunate heir, does not contain any concept of the emanations or overflowing of the Sephiroth one from another. It declares that God made the sea and the hills and the beasts of the field, and we visualize this process, if we visualize it at all, as the work of a celestial craftsman, fashioning each new phase of manifestation and putting the finished product in its place in the world. This concept kept science back for 100 years, for hundreds of years in Western Europe. And in the end, men of science had to break with religion and endure persecution as heretics in order to arrive at that conception of evolution which was explicitly taught in the mystic tradition of Israel, a tradition with which the writers of the Old Testament were unquestionably familiar, for their works are full of Kabbalistic references and implications. What came first, Kabbalah or the Bible? Framestar Film says, found it. In these occult teachings, you will be given certain images under which you are instructed to think of certain things. These images are not descriptive but symbolic and are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. That's it. That's it. You're in good hands with Dion Fortune, I'll tell you that. Good hands. Joe Atama, peace. Joe says 3 hours and going. Wow. Oh man, you must have missed it. I did a 30-hour live stream. 3 hours. Ah, that's nothing. That's nothing. We can do 10 hours easy. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. So check that out. Us visualizing God creating the heaven and the earth step by step, the beasts of the field and the crawling chaos, and taking a nap on the last day. But look at this 12. The Kabbalah does not conceive of God as fabricating creation stage by stage, but thinks of the different phases of manifestation as evolving one from another, as if each Sephirah were a pool, which being filled overflowed into a lower pool. To borrow again from McGregor Mathers, hidden in an acorn is an oak with its acorns, and hidden in each of these is an oak with acorns. So each Sephirah contains the potentiality of all that come after it in the scale of down-flowing manifestation. Kether contains the rest of the Sephirah, 9 in number, And Chokmah, the second, contains the potentialities of all its successors, 8 in number. But in each Sephirah, only one aspect of manifestation is unfolded. The subsequent ones remain latent, and the preceding ones are received by reflection. Each Sephirah then is a pure form of existence in its essence. The influence of preceding phases of evolution is external to it, being reflected. These aspects, as it were, having been crystallized out in the previous stages, are no longer in solution in the outflowing stream of manifestation, whichever proceedeth from the unmanifest through the channel of Kether. Stuffed dog, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. When, therefore, we want to find the essential nature, the basis of manifestation of a particular type of existence, we get it in the Sephirah to which it corresponds when we meditate upon that Sephirah in its primal form. For there are 4 forms or worlds under which Kabbalists conceive of the tree, and these we will consider in due course. They are only referred to now in order that the student may have enough background to see his picture in perspective. So, look, if you're following what she's saying here, she's saying that creation, as we're taught as Bible believing Christian peoples, that God was up in heaven one day with his long white beard, long white dress, and one day he created the sun with his hands and he carved out the moon, carved out the earth, made a couple of birds and dinosaurs and octopuses and cats and deer and bunnies. Then he made a man, and the man was lonely. Then he laid that man down and pulled out one of his ribs, and from that rib made a woman, and then made 2 big ass trees and said, hey, eat this tree, but don't eat this tree. Then put a snake in there and told the snake to go tempt them to eat from the tree he just told them not to eat from. And what a surprise, they eat from that tree, right? So that's what we believe subconsciously, because that's what we've been taught. But as far as Kabbalah is concerned, we don't, that's not necessarily how it works. Kabbalah thinks about the creation process happening stage by stage, right? One stage evolving out of the next stage. So you can see maybe a pool of cosmic potentiality swirling. And from that pool of swirling cosmic potentiality, that exists in its own right, right? So imagine that doesn't go anywhere. There's this eternal stage of cosmic potentiality. Next, from that potentiality, there's a spark, right? There's a spark that shoots out and begins to carve a new path. That's a different state, right? The first one is state 1, the next one is state 2. But here's the thing, state 1 still exists, and state 2 still exists. And then as state 2 exists, there's a third state where that shooting out comes back around, right? Because the universe is cyclical, spherical. That shooting out curves all the way around and meets itself again, thereby creating a third state. But peep this, the second state still exists, and the first state still exists. They coexist simultaneously. And the cool thing is, state 2 and 3 existed within state 1. It was latent. And as state 1 shot out, the potential for state 3 was always there. In fact, the potential for state 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all within each one of these states. But only one state exists per state. One state is manifested per state. Does this make sense? And ultimately, when it comes to, things that you're hoping to work with, you do work corresponding to that state of expression, right? You do things corresponding to that specific state. They all exist simultaneously, but depending on the work that you're doing, you work with the state that corresponds to the type of work that you're doing. Nadraj Ram says, I notice a pattern of NPC-esque posters on Reddit talking major shit about Dion. Feels like counterproductive misdirection. Read Damien Eccles instead, they say. Well, my man, a couple things you got to understand. Number one, most people aren't very smart. That's just how it goes. So if you're going to a place like Reddit, that's not too much different from Facebook and Instagram. The majority of folks don't know what the hell they're talking about anyways. They're doing what somebody else told them to do without their own personal experience. So, I mean, mainly, I know you're probably looking for information and looking for people's opinion on stuff, but it's probably best if you don't do that for this. This type of information is best if you follow your intuition, follow your inner spirit, not so much what other people are. Who cares what they say? If you say the word Aleister Crowley, you're gonna get all these people. Oh, he was so evil and so dark, and he sacrificed a kid. You're gonna get all these dumbasses talking about whatever they heard from somebody else. Like, it's best to stay out of that kind of stuff. It's best to stay out of that kind of stuff. Ain't nothing but distraction. Adrenochrome, reptilians. We gotta fight back. All that. It's, I don't even waste my eye power on any of that stuff. Framestar says, but Damien Eccles is a student of Dion Fortune and of the Golden Dawn. Right, right. When it comes to the general public, it's not about logic. It is about emotion. The general public does what feels good. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. The masses of asses. This information isn't even for any of those folks, anyways. Most of those people are probably doing this for entertainment purposes. So their opinion, honestly, is worthless. That's how I see it, at least. You can do what you want, but you should probably stay off of Reddit when it comes to trying to learn about the occult. I'm just gonna keep it. I'm in all those subreddits too, and I had to leave them because it ain't too different from Facebook. But anyways, like I said, you do what you want. Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying. Ultimately, get your own opinion. Not even opinion, like test it, see, test it and see for yourself. Because you got to also think, you know what I'm saying? What is the background of these people sharing their opinions? What do they even understand? How can you verify that what they're suggesting is coming from a place of wisdom or hell even has your best interest? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole bunch of stuff that I'd rather not even get wrapped up in. Anyways, back to what's important. 13. The student will find it very helpful to refer to the chapters in The Ancient Wisdom by Annie Besant, which deal with the phases of evolution. These throw much light upon the subject with which we are dealing, although the system of classification is not the same. Do I have that one? I don't think I do. That might be worth looking up. And another thing, anybody telling you to not read from an author or to stay away from, you know what I'm saying? That's not an occultist. That's take the OC off of it. Don't read that person. Stay away from their books. Matt Mystic says, well, can you help the community, for example, the children? Absolutely not. I mean, you can do what you want. Like I said, you can do what you want, but it's by design. It's by design. The occult and this type of information has always been for the small percentage. This is not something that like the whole world suddenly becomes awakened to and everybody's saved and wonderful and doing. It's evolutionary and it's karmic. You reach a certain point that you've existed long enough, you've been beaten upside the head long enough, you've taken enough of Prakriti's parasitic existence to the point that you're ready to go. And once you're ready to go, then you start taking this information seriously. Um, Everybody's not at that level, right? Some people are just now being reincarnated from dogs and slugs and uh, bacteria. So that some people are here for the first go round. They have no business reading this stuff. They want to twerk. They want to pop that thing. You know what I'm saying? They want to eat. They want to enjoy what Prakriti has to offer. But once karmically you've had enough, you start becoming gravitated to this information so that you can make your way to the next part of your journey. If the children, quote unquote, are at that stage in their journey, they will find this information the same way that you did, the same way that I did. No matter where they are, no matter anything. When you're karmically ready, you come into this information. But otherwise, you are for the cosmic streets. Lady Justice says the spheres are a hierarchy of objective infrastructure. They are yours, but they are not you. Malkuth, the body of the earth, and the bodies on the earth. You have to leave them behind. Stuff Dog says I was just at my bookshelf trying to see if I had the ancient wisdom. Gotta get it. Yeah, just I know. You got love for your people. I understand it. We all do. You know what I'm saying? But we're not here to save the world. That's a Hollywood Disney Channel thing. We're not here to save the world. I mean, you can do everything in your power to help people. Please do that. That's wonderful. But when it comes to this, your soul is ready for it, or it's not. And there's no way to change that. You cannot force somebody to want to do this type of work. You wouldn't want to. You earned your experiences to get this far, and they have to earn their experiences to get this far. It's not the best sounding information, but who knows? You know what I'm saying? Maybe you will do something different. Who knows? But from what I've seen, from what I've experienced, from what I experienced, you not saving nobody, and you wouldn't want to be responsible for that either. You know what I'm saying? And this is coming from somebody who I have family. I have a son, right? I don't know if my son is on this or will care. He don't care about it right now. Of course, he's a little kid, but I mean, I have accepted already. He may not even be interested in this ever. He might be a new human. He might be a new human. It's not my job to save his soul. It's my job to be his father, to raise him, to teach him about, the earthly aspect, the mate, feed, kill, repeat stuff, and to hopefully give him the best wisdom and lessons that I can impart unto him to give him a good head start. You know what I'm saying? But if this is not for him, this ain't for him. And I accept that and I love that and that's awesome, right? I tell you what, I don't think I'm having any more kids. Nope. I think I'm done with that. Although it's wonderful raising babies, that's a beautiful experience. To be quite honest, I love my alone time. I love my alone time. Just gonna keep it real with you. I'm selfish about my energy. I'm selfish about my energy. All right, well let's get back to this now. But I understand, you know what I'm saying? I know you got a big heart, you got love, and this is the thing, like that's good. That's not even bad. That's good. You can help people where they are. We talked about this in the chapter, right? The human mind, it cares about four things: food, sex, violence, whether that's running away from it or running towards it. You know, make, feed, kill, repeat. Fighting, fucking, fleeing. What's the other one? Anyways, the basics of the animal nature. That's what people care about. Like deep down, fundamentally. Of course, we're gonna mask it and layer it with other psychological, cultural things, but ultimately, we just care about mate, feed, kill, repeat. That's what we care about. You can help people live a better life. You know what I'm saying? You can help people live a better life. And what that can do is help to open their eyes and their hearts to expand past the animal nature. For sure, right? Jesus, I don't think that Jesus came down here thinking that, his work was going to have everybody ascend to the higher plane. But he did come down here to help give people a head start in a better direction. I mean, he knew what he was getting into. Them folks killed that man. I think that we're supposed to use this knowledge and this information to make this world a better experience for those who we can help with. But it's not our responsibility to save souls. Testing, testing. One, two. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Are we live? I swear, man, these technical difficulties. I guess I wasn't supposed to talk about Jesus. I think that was it. I wasn't supposed to talk about Jesus. Can y'all hear me? Let me know. Let me know if the audio's coming through. Okay, good, good, good. We're back. You guys can hear me. All right, yeah, I'm getting off on a tangent. I guess that had to be broken up. So let's get back to the text. I like that. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning Skills says, I'm making incarceration programs. I can't teach them this, but I can dummy down my content to spark minds. Absolutely. And that's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about. And it takes a skill, just like what she said in the beginning of the last chapter, taking this information and breaking it down so that a rational thinking logical human can make sense of it. Like that takes us, that is the work. So by all means, if that's what you feel called to do, my friend, more power to you. And I hope that you are unimpeded in your work. That's great. So 14. Let us conceive of Kether, then, as a fountain which fills its basin, and the overflow therefrom feeds into another fountain, which in its turn fills its basin and overflows. The unmanifest forever flows under pressure into Kether. And there comes a time when evolution has gone as far as it can in the extreme simplicity of the form of existence of the first manifest. Now, Dion Fortune is very clever. And after reading this a few times, I'm picking up on some of her subtle nuances. She specifically drops hints before she says something else. For example, when she dropped hints about Crowley, she first off said, I never met Crowley and I never met Mathers. I don't know them personally, right? She dropped that first. Then she dropped and said, I can't reveal any oaths. Then she talked about how Crawley broke his oaths and revealed a bunch of stuff. Then she dropped, hey, I'm not going to reveal anything. All I'm going to do is access what has already been revealed. So you can't say that I'm doing it. It was already done. She also dropped, God is pressure. And she said that when she heard that, it opened her mind and gave her so many visual scenes of the glory of the Shekinah. God is pressure, right? She keeps using the word penetrate. Look, pressure. The fact that she dropped pressure here is no accident. God is pressure. Let's read it again. Let us conceive of Kether, then, as a fountain which fills its basin, and the overflow therefrom feeds another fountain, which in its turn fills its basin and overflows. The unmanifest forever flows under pressure. One nation under God, indivisible. The unmanifest forever flows under pressure into Kether. And there comes a time when evolution has gone as far as it can in the extreme simplicity of the form of existence of the first manifest. And let me say this again. I just got another download. You ready for this? Listen close. So, one thing that I received tonight was the study of the tree is not about the tree. The study of the tree is to build the inner context so that you can access the unmanifest. Because we cannot grasp the unmanifest at all. And the best way to do so is to have a construction of the tree of itself. Because look, Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest. Now we understand Malkuth because we're living in it, don't we? We understand Malkuth because it's all around us at all times. So it's easy for us to start there. But once we understand the tree in its entirety, now we understand the Malkuth of the unmanifest. So we must understand the tree in order to understand where we're headed. Where we're headed. That was the first thing I got. The second thing I got was from this line right here, because she said God is pressure. And she said the unmanifest forever flows under pressure into Kether. That puts pressure in the middle, doesn't it? We got the unmanifest on top, we got the pressure, and we have Kether. In the self same way that we have the tree of life, what's in the center of the tree of life? Somebody tell me. What's in the center of the tree of life? Beyond Imagination says, see, this is why your breakdown commentary is so invaluable to us. Joe Thomas says, they deliberately suppress critical thinking and intellectual growth in the population to maintain control of power. Hey, man, we don't do no they. We don't do no they. Let they do what they are here to do. Fuck them. What are you doing? I don't want to hear nothing about they. I want to hear what you doing. What are you doing? Framestar says she's foreshadowing the gems, planting them seeds, nurturing our understanding. So what's in the middle? Tifereth, right? Tifereth, right in the middle. Boom, bam, Christ, the middleman. So think about two circles, one big circle here and one big circle here. This big circle is God, this little circle is you. If you squeeze them circles together, you get that Vesica Pisces. Right in the middle is that Christ, the middleman, the intercessor, your higher self. You access God through your higher self. Now check out what she just told us here. The unmanifest, the pressure, the kether. So the same way that Christ, the higher self, is our intermediary to kether, God, as we know it, is the intermediary to the unmanifest. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? The same way that we have Christ, the higher self, this holy guardian angel, as the middleman, the intercessor, the stepping stone. What if God was a middleman, stepping stone to something even greater than God? That's a mind blow. That's a mind blow. Somebody got it. I don't know. I don't think everybody did, but somebody got it. Just, just, just roll with it for a couple of moments. Just contemplate it. Let's keep going. So, so she also said something else, and then I kind of overshadowed it with what I just said. So let's run it back. The unmanifest forever flows under pressure into Kether. And there comes a time when evolution has gone as far as it can. Look now, there comes a time when evolution has gone as far as it can in the extreme simplicity of the form of existence. So, if you want to talk about evolution, typically evolution geared towards the simple. My brother who loves old school hip hop is always complaining about the new stuff, right? So we had some Ice Spice. She's got her character on Fortnite now, and a little snippet of her song. And boy, them lyrics are simple as hell. I ain't heard, I haven't heard any simpler lyrics than that. And as much as we roll our eyes at it, you got to understand that that's evolution, right? The mumble rap and the auto tune and like well, all the stuff that's happening now, this is evolution in its simplicity. Because you got to think, it takes a level of refinement and simplicity for something to appeal to the masses at large. This right here that I'm doing, this does not appeal to the masses. It's too complex. But see, evolution will make this stuff so simple that even the basics can get it. Stuff Dog mentioned last time when we were on the live stream that the barrier to entry is lowered. As these generations move forward, complex things become accessible to people who really have no business accessing it. But that's what evolution is all about. Evolution has made things simple. Do any of us know how to orchestrate internet and live streaming and sell? I don't know. I don't. All I know how to do is to set up these apps and press play. We don't know how it really works. None of us know how electricity works, but we know how to plug something into a wall. We don't know how Wi-Fi works, but we know how to tap the Wi-Fi button and tap the name. You see what I'm saying? Like evolution makes things simple. You don't have to like it. And she's talking about extreme simplicity. So let's go back now. The unmanifest forever flows under pressure into Kether. And there comes a time when evolution has gone as far as it can in the extreme simplicity of the form of existence of the first manifest. This is why human beings aren't going to evolve physically anymore, because we've already reached the maximum simplicity, right? Arm, leg, arm, head. What's that an acronym for? Or I should say, what is an acronym for that? Arm, leg, arm, head. We've already reached simplicity of the form. Evolution now is taking place in consciousness. So look, all possible combinations have been formed, and they have undergone all possible permutations. Action and reaction are stereotyped. There can be no new development save the combining of the combinations among themselves. Force has formed all possible units. The next phase of development is for these units to combine into more complex structures. When this occurs, a new and more highly organized phase of existence begins. All that has already been evolved remains. But that which evolves now is more than the sum of the previously existing parts, for new capacities come into being. So at Kether, you've got the extreme simplicity. At Malkuth, you've got extreme complexity. That's why we've got this illusion of differences all over the place. Everything looks like it's so different and so separated, so spread out. But you'll notice the more that you study the occult, the more that you study these symbols, you start seeing connecting lines between things that on the surface don't seem to connect. The higher up you go, the more you start to see that everything's connected. Hence why I said just now to homie in the chat that there's no they. I'm not worried about the they, because the higher up you go, you'll see that they are on the same team as you. Everybody's on the same team as you. We're all playing the same game. Ain't no they. They working for you and you working for them. It's a mutual. There are no enemies. If you see an enemy, you're closer to the lower level because you see separation. But if you see the unity, you're closer to the higher level because you can see how it connects. 15. This new phase represents a change of mode of existence. Just as Kether crystallized out of the limitless light, just as Kether crystallized out of the limitless light, so the second Sephirah, Hakba, crystallizes out of Kether in this new mode of being. This new system of actions and reactions, which have ceased to be simple and direct and become complex and tangential. We now have two modes of existence, the simplicity of Kether and the relative complexity of Hakma. Both these are so simple that no kind of life known to us could be maintained in them. Nevertheless, they are the forerunners of organic life. They are the forerunners of organic life. So when you think about Kether and you think about Hakba, you're thinking about a very high level of evolution of life. So high level that they don't even require physical bodies or forms to exist. In fact, it's so simple and highly evolved that no kind of life known to us could be maintained within those levels. Hence why I said the higher up you go, especially in your meditations, you should be practicing. dissolving yourself and releasing all these things that you hold on to, all these complexities, right? Oh, I'm this, I'm that. All that stuff has to be let go. You should be practicing what existence is like without any defining identity. Are you taking your identity with you in your meditation? Tisk tisk. Are you taking your identity with you in your meditation? Are you going up to meditation? I'm a black man with dreads. I'm a white man with a beard. I'm a I'm a bad bitch. Are you taking your physical conception? Are you taking your mental conception, your emotional conception? Are you taking your beliefs with you? You should be practicing existing without any of those training wheels. Have you ever done that before? Nah, Trav, we was kings. We was queens. We used to build pyramids. Okay, all right. So, so as she describes these things, it's not that you can't know it. It takes stepping stones to know it. Meditation, man. Meditation. So let's keep going. Nevertheless, they are the forerunners of organic life. We might say that Kether is the first activity of manifestation, movement. You know what, guys and gals? I'd love to continue this. I really would. I wonder if there's a better way. Help me manifest a better way to do this. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. But I can't help but think and feel that there might even be a better way to do this. I don't know what it is yet, but we'll build the concept. We'll build the concept. That is funny though. Going into meditation, holding on to the bad bitch. I'm a real nigga. I'm a street nigga. Imagine taking that stuff with you into your meditation. You're floating up to the Most High, up to your angel, up to Kether. You're trying to be God, but you're taking humanity with you. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative. I'm a liberal. I'm a this. I'm a. Imagine taking that stuff with you in your meditation. Curve says, taking a bad bitch together. Taking a bad bitch together. That's very funny to me right now. Including the Order of the Phoenix. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I let it all burn. Leave it behind. I am no thing. I'm not a person. I'm not even a hint of a personality. Take it all because it ain't mine and I don't want it. Framestar says, leave yourself at the gate because it ain't getting in. That part. Like, this is what I'm saying. If you've never done this before, man, especially if this makes you feel some kind of way. If you're hearing this and you're like, nah, this don't sound good. If you're getting some kind of resistance about this, you definitely need to do these kind of meditations. Just visualize yourself flying into the sun and every piece of you burning away, sit with that. Do that and sit with that. 1111. 1111. Must meditate upon a bad bitch symbol to understand its essence. Right, right. And this is specifically what I'm talking about. Can't go past Doth with humanity. You're going to have to leave it behind. So you might as well start practicing now before you have to do it. Because this is what I'm saying. You're going to have to let it go one time. At some point, at some point in your existence, you're going to have to let it go. You might as well get comfortable doing it now. It's inevitable, right? This body ain't yours. You are renting this body. Malkuth, Prakriti will reclaim it. That is the only thing you know to be true. Anything else relative, this is the only thing you know to be true. So you might as well practice so that the trade-off, when you send the car back to the you ever rented a car and like you wait to the last minute to take it back to the dealership only because you don't want to have to pay that late fee, right? Same thing happens with this body. Beyond Imagination says Kether left to get some milk and hasn't been back since. Oh. Joey Thomas says win or lose, show up every day. Trust me, eventually the pieces will start to come together. Isis. Isis. Bramstar Film says write your book of the dead whilst you still live it. Oh, flashback to that movie. Flashback to that movie. Certain scenes pop into my head randomly. Man, I mean, sometimes you see things, sometimes you don't. The important thing is that you're practicing, right? The important thing is that you're actually going through the process. And like I said last time, because I know we talked about this before on this stream, there's different meditations for different things. Do you set an intent before you meditate? There's different meditation is a tool that can reach different outcomes. Oh, I got you. Trav, I was saying to include the Order of the Phoenix in the readings. Got you. I kind of thought about that before. I kind of thought about that. I think I'll play with that. Okay, so we don't have too much more to go. So let's go. Now, she talked about how we now have two modes of existence, the simplicity of Kether and the relative complexity of Hakma. Both of these are so simple that no kind of life known to us could be maintained in them. Nevertheless, they are the forerunners of organic life. We might say that Kether is the first activity of manifestation, movement. It is a condition of pure becoming. Reshith Hagilgulim, the first swirlings, the commencement of whirling motions, as it is called by the Kabbalists. Primum mobile, as it is called by the alchemists. Chokmah, the second Sephirah, is called by the rabbis Mazaloth, the sphere of the zodiac. Here we have, ball-headed unicorn. Here we have introduced the concept of the circle with its segments. Creation has moved onwards. Out of the primordial egg has developed the serpent that beholdeth his tail in his mouth. As Madame Blavatsky chronicles in her invaluable storehouses of archaic symbolism, The Secret Doctrine and Isis Unveiled. 16. In a similar oh, and by the way, if you think about these first swirlings, what comes to mind for you? When we say Kether, one of the symbols associated with Kether is the first swirlings. What comes to mind for you when you hear that? The first swirlings. Personally, I see like the Milky Way. I see like, a galaxy swirling and spinning. That's what I see. In the same way that Kether is a state of existence, and so is Chokmah, Bina, Chesed, all the way down to Malkuth, I think also about how the Milky Way is a state of existence. The Milky Way itself, it still exists, apparently, supposedly, and so does Earth. Just like what I was saying before, like Kether exists with the potential of all the other Sephiroth in it. Chokmah exists with the potential of all the other Sephiroth within it, right? Binah exists with the potential of all the other Sephiroth in it. The same way that the Milky Way exists and Earth is in it. Okay, so in a similar manner to that in which Kether overflowed into Chokmah, does Chokmah overflow into Binah, the third Sephiroth? The path pursued by the emanations in these successive overflowings is represented upon the tree of life by a lightning flash, or in some diagrams, by a flaming sword. It will be observed by reference to diagram 1 that the lightning flash must proceed from Kether outwards and downwards to the right to reach Chokmah, and then turns on a level course to the left and proceeds an equal distance beyond Kether upon that side, and there establishes Binah. The result is a triangular figure upon the glyph, and it is called the Triangle of the Three Supernals, or the First Trinity, and is separated from the rest of the Sephiroth by the abyss, which normal human consciousness cannot cross. Here are the roots of existence, hidden from our eyes. Boom! Listen, I love this book so much, and I don't think I can wait until next Saturday to read. So I'm gonna have to pop up here in the week and do another reading. Now, I don't know if it's gonna be Tuesday. It's probably gonna be Tuesday, but I think that we will resume this study because this book is so big. We're gonna have to do at least two, maybe even three times a week. But yeah, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. We can't wait till Saturday. Way too much going on here to wait till Saturday. Who agrees? Who disagrees? We're gonna have to break this thing up into two, three times a week or something like that. Because even right now, like I still feel like I want to keep going, but it's been 4 hours, so it would be reasonable to stop right now. But I think that a week is too long of a gap to really get this stuff. So probably Tuesday night. That's the night that I'm not doing anything. Probably Tuesday. Yeah, we can do Tuesday. We'll be back. But for now, contemplate, think about what you've learned, especially the concept that there's a higher mind than just your logic mind. You can be a complete dumbass and still unlock the mysteries because it doesn't rely on your logical, rational reasoning brain. It relies on whether or not your subconscious, your abstract mind, understands the connections and the relationships to these symbols. Now, it certainly helps if you're somebody who's intelligent, it helps. But don't think that because you've been told that you're not very smart or you can't read good or any of that. Don't think that any of those things prevent you, right? Because it's not about that logic mind. It's about the abstract mind. It's about the abstract mind being able to connect dots, to define symbols and connect symbols. That's what this is all about. So as we read these books, a true occultist knows to plant seeds. A true occultist knows that in order to help someone understand these mysteries, they've got to get you to envision certain concepts. And you might not get it at first, but as long as that seed is planted and you keep studying, eventually you'll be able to connect some dots. Trust and believe, Dion Fortune knows what she's doing. I know what I'm doing. And if you know what you're doing, you're putting the appropriate symbols in your face on a regular basis. And they better be symbols that help you bring out the best of yourself. Not just ego, oh, I'm a champion, I'm a winner, but bringing out the best operative state that you can be. Today, I had a wonderful day and I didn't do shit. I had a wonderful day though. It felt good. Food was good. The vibes were good. Everything was great. But can you imagine that there's some people who have a sour attitude and the best day can come along and they'll just make it the worst because of that sour attitude? Even though we're so advanced and sophisticated and beyond the animal monkey mind, you still got to make sure that that animal monkey of yours is content, is in good spirits, is healthy, right? You can't neglect the terrestrial aspect. You can't neglect Asaya, Malkuth. I was thinking earlier, so I ran out of cat food and I didn't plan ahead, but I found some cans of tuna fish. And I looked online and it said you can feed your cats tuna fish, just not frequently, right? Once every now and then. So I was like, awesome. Man, I was opening up that can of tuna fish and they would not stay off of me. They kept trying to get into that can. They loved it. And I was happy actually giving them something that they enjoyed. It was very nice for me as a human. I didn't eat any of it, but I was happy to help to, these animals that I'm providing for. I gave them something that they found delicious. It was great, right? And I was thinking about the relationship with God. A lot of people have been taught that they have to earn God's love, like we have to do something. But these cats didn't do anything. Like, I'm the relationship between me and those cats, right? I'm a higher advanced being and they're a lower evolved being. So them being under my care, it felt nice. And I didn't do it because they did anything special. It's just because. Likewise, when we talk about your higher self and your spirit, there's not something that you have to do to earn blessings. It's just a fact of the relationship. Oh, hope that came through clear. Same thing between the animal body and the soul, right? The animal body and the soul. You're bound to make mistakes. You're bound to fuck up and do something wrong, say the wrong thing, forget something. It's going to happen. Love yourself, anyways. You get what I'm saying. All right. So I guess I'll be seeing you all very soon. And this concludes tonight's book study. Sardines can be fed to cats also. Gotta be deboned. Sardines, sardines. I actually like sardines. All right. All right. So it's time to go. Chickadee check yourself before you wreck yourself. Cats go crazy about sardines. Cool, cool. I'm going to get some. Put some on my pizza. Aw. Love you too, Zero. Hope you have a great night. Joey Thomas says when you're driving, you can't ignore idiots on the road. Do we attract them or what's going on? Hey, man, we live in idiot paradise. This is where we are. We're surrounded. It's not so much, attracting them, other than this is where we are. It's like being in Mexico. You're going to be surrounded by Mexicans. If you're in Africa, you're going to be surrounded by Africans. If you're on planet Earth, you're going to be surrounded by humans. Magic Marcel says, outside of the tarot as a whole, are there other books with symbols more directly associated with the Kabbalah? Aside from tarot, there's also astrology. There's an aspect of astrology that connects very closely symbolically with Kabbalah. So really what we're talking about here is different ways to describe the paths and the Sephiroth themselves. When it comes to astrology, the Sephiroth themselves can be described through the planets, and the paths can be described through the signs. But yeah, those three kind of line up together. Those are three different angles to look at this whole beast: astrology, tarot, and Kabbalah itself. All right, all right, all right. So let's call it a night. Let's call it a night. Get myself a snack and go to sleep. All right, everybody. Thanks for being here. Hope you learned something. Hope you took notes. Hope you have a physical copy of this book. And I'll see you next time. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.